This is Libby Road and the Sound Epistemology Podcast. Rom, our Russian street epistemology friend and the manager of the Russian SE community, joined us as our special guest in our clubhouse room for this episode of the podcast. You can usually find Rom doing practice SE sessions in the Street Epistemology Discord server. It was a fantastic room, and stay tuned towards the end of the discussion for great dialogue about consent and goals while using street epistemology. Let's dive in.
So, welcome everyone. This is Atheism Club. We are doing our regular Saturday street epistemology rooms, led by David Venegas. And today we have our special guest, Rom. The rules are quite simple. Just don't do anything illegal. Don't do anything that'll get you or anyone else in trouble. And we do embrace silence. So if there is a bit of an awkward pause, if there is a pause, don't think it's an awkward pause. There's no need to fill in the silence. I'll introduce David to everyone who hasn't met him yet. So David is a musician, an outdoor adventurer, and a student of street epistemology who is interested in having productive conversations. He runs the Sound Epistemology Facebook group and the Chapman Bay YouTube channel. Early Delorbe, he's a regular in our club and helps us moderate the street epistemology rooms. He currently works for a computer software company as a workflow developer. He helps organizations solve and automate a variety of business processes. He was raised Seventh-day Adventist until his early 20s when he started to read and understand science and epistemology, which led him back to the default position of an agnostic atheist. His passions include, but are not limited to, coding, hobby electronics, photography, running in the outdoors. Our guest for today, Rom, is a street epistemology enthusiast and a coach from Moscow. He is the manager of the Russian SE community and a subject matter expert at the SE course development project ran by Anthony Magnabosco. I'll pass it on to you, Early.
Thank you, Alfonso. My name is Early. I will be helping facilitate the room today. After David and Roman share their thoughts, we'll be taking questions from the folks on stage. Then we'll be bringing people up one at a time from the audience that have their hands raised for questions or comments on the topic. Just ask that when your question has been satisfactorily answered, we ask that you put yourself back into the audience to allow the next person in line to ask their questions or make their comments. Let me know if you need any assistance with how to get yourself back to the audience, and I'll be happy to help. If you're in the audience, and feel free to send me a message, and I'm happy to ask your question on your behalf without having you come up on stage. If you need any assistance, please contact me through the back channel. After the Q&A, we will open up the stage for everyone for an open discussion. And I also want to remind everyone that the room is being recorded. Go ahead, David.
Awesome. It's great to be here. Thanks again, Alfonso, for creating the room and inviting us back. Also, thanks again, Early, for running the room, facilitating, turning all the knobs and moving the levers so that that we can spend more time focusing on what people are saying. It's really nice to have you doing that for us, and I appreciate your continuing dedication to this movement and the rooms that we have here on Saturdays. Thanks to Rom. I'm really excited to have you here today. We've been kind of taking a lap around the globe. Last week we had our Australian friend Michael Mead, and today we have you joining us from Moscow. It's really fantastic to have the ability to talk to everybody all over the world. And thanks again for joining us. I'm excited to hear some of your thoughts. So I'll do a quick outline of my understanding of what street epistemology is, and I'll invite you to share your thoughts on that and let me know if there's anything that I should change. I want to make sure that I'm representing street epistemology accurately, and I'm here to learn and get better at it. So, as Alfonso said, my name is David, and I live in Olympia, Washington, near the southern shores of the Puget Sound, the body of water near Seattle, which is how I came up with the name Sound Epistemology. And you'll notice on my profile photo a ferry boat on that body of water, and that's what I'm interested in. A ferry boat is a method someone uses to arrive at a destination, much like epistemology is the method someone uses to arrive at a belief or a conclusion. I'm interested in the solidity of your ferry boat, and more importantly, how you concluded that your ferry boat or your epistemology is reliable. This is where street epistemology comes in. Street epistemology is a compassionate conversation tool that creates a space for us to explore the sufficiency of the reasons and the reliability of the methods our conversation partner uses to support a high level of confidence that a belief they hold is likely true. We do this by asking questions that focus on the actual reason that holds the most weight and gives our conversation partner the opportunity to align their confidence in the belief with the soundness of the reasons and methods they're using. So you can view it as less of a debate and more of an inquiry. So instead of giving facts about why you think they're wrong, which seems to be rarely effective, street epistemology explores why they think they are right. Important aspects of street epistemology are active listening, mirroring, modeling, steel manning, sincerity, honesty, clarity, and being charitable, all while encouraging your conversation partner to take a deeper look at their view and what causes them to be confident in it. So at the end of a street epistemology conversation, ideally both parties will have a better understanding of the claim, the terms being used, the main reason for believing the claim is likely true, and if that level of confidence is justified. So we're not necessarily investigating the truth of the claim itself. It's important to understand your goal before the conversation begins and to be clear about the interlocutor's relationship with reality and truth. There are many examples of these types of conversations online, especially on YouTube, and I'm available to have one-on-one chats with you if you're interested. Ideally, I'd like to record it and upload it so we have more examples of productive street epistemology conversations with which people can learn. You can contact me here or on any of the platforms that you'll find in my bio. We can examine a claim you'd like to have examined, or we can just talk about street epistemology. Basically, my goal is to expose street epistemology to as many people as possible and to make it more mainstream. So I'm going to pass the microphone over to Rom. If you have any comments about that, if there's any problems you see with that, or if you want to add to it, feel free to share your thoughts and your understanding of what street epistemology is.
Yeah, thank you, David. First of all, thanks for having me, and thanks for doing this. The more street epistemology for the guys of street epistemology, if I may joke about it. But yeah, actually, this was such a detailed explanation of what street epistemology is, and on the one hand, I loved it, and on the other hand, I think it was even probably a little bit more detailed than I could have processed if I didn't already know what it was. But yeah, I agree with everything you said. I'll try to put it in a couple of words. Even street epistemology for me is basically a conversational tool that helps us discuss how we know what we think we know. How do we come to conclusions that we have? And it's one of its beauties to me is that we can discuss it, and we tend to discuss these things even without a relation to the conclusions themselves. We can even just forget about the conclusions for a time being and discuss what we call epistemology, or the reasoning, the methods that the person uses to come to those conclusions. And that's the beauty of it, because there could be an unlimited amount of conclusions one might arrive to, right? But there is a very limited amount of methods that we can use to do so. And those methods, they influence basically all our reasoning, all our thinking, and all our different conclusions, not only the one that we can start the conversation from. And I'll even say that it doesn't have to be high confidence that person is holding in order to start using street epistemology and to discuss these things. You can even have low confidence. It works just as fine. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add about street epistemology to your highly detailed explanation, which was very, very good.
Great, thanks. I have a couple of questions for you, and then I'll let Alfonso and Early ask any questions that they might have. So right off the bat, being in Moscow, and forgive my ignorance of your culture, but I was wanting to maybe ask. So if I were to go to Moscow right now and I wanted to practice street epistemology, what, like, I'm sure there's a billion things that you'd want me to know, but in a nutshell, what would I need to know, and how would my approach be different if it would be?
Okay, so in short, it would be no different, I think, and it should be different. But also, it depends on whether you mean you wanted to go out in the streets and interview random people, or were you just talking about conducting street epistemology with your acquaintances, with people you know, in cocktail parties or wherever. So, I mean, if the latter, then I don't see any difference. If the former, I guess I also don't see much difference, because I've done both. And yeah, I've been to the streets with camera, and I think I use some of the tools from Street Epistemology toolset every day, or almost every day, in my conversations. Yeah, so can think of some drastic differences.
Okay. Um, what's the biggest challenge you face when it comes to street epistemology?
I think the biggest challenge is that the overall level of critical thinking in the general population is much lower than I would have liked it to be. And there's a reason for that. They don't teach us critical thinking in school or in the universities, or at least in most educational facilities that I'm aware of. So, yeah, people are just not used to even thinking that things like that can be important. People, I don't know, at best know or have heard of the existence of some cognitive biases and logical fallacies, maybe, but not much than that. So no more than that. And people are very few people are well equipped with the scientific method, which is a shame. And I think it should be different. And that's again one of the reasons I do street epistemology, because I think it helps. It helps to just put those crucial things that everybody should be aware of into our everyday conversations, and I don't know, think like a scientist, even in small things. And it shouldn't be a boring thing. It's a fun thing. It's just it increases ways of things we can look at things. To me, so yeah, that's the biggest challenge I face, I think.
The lack of critical thinking skills people have that you talk to?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Um, from your perspective, what about street epistemology is most misunderstood? Like, what do you see people getting wrong about street epistemology from your point of view in your interactions?
hmm I guess it's when people might think it's some kind of manipulation from first glance, or some kind of just simple preaching or pitching for to just push your hidden agenda or something. And I wouldn't say that a lot of people misunderstand street epistemology that way. I just only met a few. More people that mm, don't dive deeper into street epistemology don't do that, not because they think it's something bad or unethical, but uh, mostly because they just don't feel like they need it. For example, because they think that they don't want to discuss the deeper truths about stuff with people. People can and should probably believe whatever they want to believe, and who am I to just talk them out of it? So that's what people might think. That might make them less willing to engage in street epistemology. But misunderstandings, yeah, I'm not sure I know the most common one. There are a few, and all of them are not very easily to be encountered with, I think.
So it's like a feeling of being manipulated, or having to think about things that they're possibly apathetic about, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Um, how has street epistemology affected your life?
I think it affected my life pretty much, and in a good way. I like to think, at least. So, as far as I can remember, I was always interested in how people talk, how people think, and I just wondered whether we could improve things. Because I had a lot of instances where where I've seen people interact with each other and thought to myself that, wow, this is exactly how you should not be doing it. And instead, you should be doing something else, like simple things, even be more polite, understand your interlocutor, things like that, even. So, yeah, I tried to do that and incorporate things like that even before I got acquainted with street epistemology. But after I bumped into Anthony Magnbosco's videos on YouTube, I liked it because it had even more tools than I had at the moment, and it showed some incredible results. At least to me, that they seemed and still seem incredible. That just can help people think deeper than they have maybe even thought ever about their beliefs, about their own deep beliefs. So yeah, I just loved it from first sight, I think, and tried to learn what I could from other people and also develop my own skills. And now I'm also trying to share it with others because it still seems like 4 years after, it still seems to me like something that most of the people want to learn, most of the people should learn, and that might actually make a difference in some way.
Was Anthony's videos your introduction to street epistemology?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you remember the first video that you saw?
No, unfortunately, I don't.
Yeah.
No. Maybe it was
Is
Miguel video. Maybe it was James. Maybe, but I'm not sure.
yeah. Is there a
Those two
claim?
were. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just moving on to the next question I had for you, which is there a claim that you will not examine or that you would not examine?
That's a good question actually, and yeah, I can think of some, and those would be claims not that I would not investigate, not because this is something, I don't know, unimportant or something, but maybe I mean straight out dangerous. For example, a person might tell you, I think if someone questions my beliefs, I might just punch them in the face or even kill them, right? If a person tells me that, I might think, well, all right, dude, I'm not asking any questions. But other than that, if not thinking about extreme cases, maybe also when people are just deeply frustrated. Yeah, when people are in not in the right emotional state to just calmly think and to be willing to do it about things, then yeah, of course, this is also a consideration. Uh, Maybe to refrain from conducting a conversation, and it doesn't even concern specifically street epistemology. It might concern the other tools that you might want to use. I mean, maybe there is some consolation due in such a case, but nothing deeper. So yeah, that's what I can think of from the top of my head.
Okay. How do you feel about text-based street epistemology conversations?
It's awesome. It's just a different framework of conducting conversation, but it's totally doable. It has its, um, I mean, benefits and drawbacks if compared to in-person conversations. I'd say probably in-person conversations are slightly preferable, but well, because of obvious reasons like mimics, gestures, and more deeper connection than in text conversations. But in text conversations, people might spend more time thinking what they're typing, and maybe they will phrase things in a more clear way than they would have in case of an in-person conversation. So yeah, it's totally doable. I've done text conversations many times, and I mean as these text conversations, not just text conversations. So yeah, feel free to do that as well.
Yeah, that happens with me. If I'm engaged in a text-based SE conversation, there'll be lots of different versions of the question that I ask that I'll end up deleting and rewriting because I'm able to think about it a little bit more. Do you
Exactly,
have
yeah.
it? Yeah. Do you have any tips for us that might be engaging in text-based SE conversations? Do you have any pointers or advice that you can give us if we were to do that?
Oh man, it's so difficult to think of a generally universal advice. I mean, besides general street epistemology tools, because I guess the main advice is to just go with the flow and go with the context of your relationship with your interlocutor, of your conversation, of where you're at, where you started, and where you're trying to go, and what level of confidence they have initially, what subject are you discussing, how important is it to you and to them, how difficult it is to build rapport, or whether you already have it. So yeah, context matters a lot. So don't make all your conversations look similar to each other, because that is what I would probably advise against. But other than that, in text conversations, I don't know, just no, similar. Be yourself. Try to show your understanding. Try to steelman your interlocutor. Try to maintain rapport and ask cool questions and be honest. Be genuine. Again, those are all general advice, not only to text conversations, but yeah.
Awesome. There was recently a podcast from David McCraney, who is an author uh, and wrote the book about You Are Not So Smart, and he has a You Are Not So Smart podcast in which you were a part of. Um, and there was something interesting that he said in that podcast that I'd like to maybe have you touch on if you don't mind. But I think he said something to the effect of if he's noticing that people that are experienced in using street epistemology, they're unflappable or unperturbable. Do you remember that part of the podcast? And if so, what do you think he meant by that?
No, to be honest, I don't remember the specific part, and I'm not even sure what he meant by that. Maybe the first thing that comes to my mind is that he was talking about being calm, right? So an experienced epistemology might be more able to remain calm even during discussing some triggering topics. But yeah, that's about it. I don't remember.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of where what I got from that. Um, I have like a million other questions, but I want to go ahead and see if Alfonso or Lee have any questions for you before we start taking questions from the audience.
All right, I'm ready.
I have a bit of a personal question. I've been looking at your Instagram and you have all these pictures with books in all different settings.
Yeah. Yeah, so what's the question?
What is that all about?
I'm just making fun. It doesn't have to do anything about street epistemology or anything. It just started randomly, and then I just kept going, and now that's what I did, and yeah,
A theme
still
you're
do.
following.
So yeah, for those who don't understand what Alfonso has been talking about, I just have an Instagram where I just post pictures of myself reading books in some strange situations, like on a tree, or while eating, or while cleaning the room, I don't know, whatever, playing sports even. Yeah, so to me it's just fun.
Um, uh, I'll ask a question. I looked at your Instagram, Ram, and that's fun. Very unique Instagram.
Thank you.
So I don't have too many questions. I just wanted to ask if you could maybe talk about or mention two examples of what something that David asked you earlier. He asked you like, which claims would you not uh, examine? And I'm just curious if maybe you have an example of a an interview that didn't go very well, or maybe somebody was irate and so not in the right state of mind. And
Hmm.
curious about like maybe what a successful one was, like what their reaction was afterwards, or kind of like maybe what led after the interview, a successful interview.
Yeah, okay. So about claims that I would not want to unpack is, well, besides the extreme cases like I just came up with, when a person is saying that they will punch you if someone punch a person if they question them. But besides that, no, I don't think there are any cases. I mean, the context matters, as I just said, so emotional state matters, but claims themselves,
Well,
no, I think, yeah, go ahead.
sorry. Just to clarify, I was just wondering if maybe if you had an example of an interview that you went through where it didn't go very well.
Right. I
Okay,
was
okay.
getting there. So, yeah, I've conducted hundreds of interviews by now, and to be honest, and I just don't remember anything that went wrong. I mean, it depends, of course, on how we set our goals and expectations, but I mean, in terms of someone was frustrated with me, or maybe someone went someone went mad with me, or I don't know what else could go wrong. I don't remember any of that. So there was no danger, there was no frustration, so far as I can tell. But of course, not all the conversations ended up with someone rethinking how they thought about things. But that to me is not a disaster. That to me is not a failed conversation, because my first goal in any conversation is just to understand my interlocutor, to build rapport, and then go from there. So this I don't remember to fail, so far at least. And then, depending on the situation, if I think that my conversational partner doesn't have a sound epistemology and something could have been better in their reasoning, then yes, I want to show it to them. And it doesn't always work ideally, of course. So sometimes you want to show your conversational partner that the reasoning is not sound enough, but it just doesn't work. It's okay, it happens. So street epistemology is just a tool that helps increase the probability of you achieving your goals in a conversation. But of course, there are no tools that can help you do it with 100% probability. And yeah, so I liked all my conversations, and I like to ask myself during a conversation whether I want to continue or not. So in order for me not to feel like this was a waste of time, like this was a failed conversation, I just ask myself whether I want to continue or not. Did I have enough? Do I think there is a reason enough to continue, to keep going? Do I think they still want it? I still want it? And if yes, we just keep going and it's all good. And as soon as the answer is no, or not clearly, I just wrap it up usually. So and it was still a good conversation in such a case, right? Because it was fun and we uncovered something. So that to answer Worst conversations. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just don't remember any bad conversations like that I could call that. But in terms of good conversations, yeah, I can remember a few. One memorable one was actually in text. It was about a thing called socionics, I think. I'm not sure if such a word in English exists, but basically it's a theory that assigns types to different people. So there are 16 categories, 16 types, and the theory says that each person has one of them. And this it's a lot like astrology, if you're wondering. So it just tells you like some expectations, what to do with your partners, or what to expect from life or from your profession, whatever. Of course, there is no scientific basis behind this theory, but a lot of people are doing it. A lot of people are um, really into it. So I was conducting a conversation with a guy who was actually a professional in this. So he was actually getting paid to help people understand what type they are and what to expect and all the rest. And it was a long and very good conversation. The conversation partner was pretty open and honest, and he was just honestly believing this works, and he was interested to know the truth. And yeah, by the end of the conversation, which took quite a long time actually, it was in text, so we sometimes it took a couple of days to answer, not because it just took too long to type, but sometimes we were busy and whatnot. Yeah, but by the end of the conversation, he thanked me and he said that he's no longer doing it, and more that he he's telling now other people that it's not working, and that now he's really into rational thinking and critical thinking and street epistemology. So he started to like all that. And yeah, it was, I think, around 3 years ago. And now, last I talked to him was, and we have a good relationship since then. And last I talked to him was, I don't know, a month ago maybe. He was learning to be basically a critical thinking coach, something like that. So that was a memorable conversation of mine. There were a few others as well, but I guess I should stop at some point for now.
You said this was socionics? Is that right? Did I hear it right?
Yeah, I think so.
Socionics.
I know how it's called in Russian exactly. I'm not sure if it's called the same in English, but
It sounds like a
yeah,
personality test. Would you
exactly.
compare it to a personality test?
Yeah. It
Yeah.
is a personality test with some implications.
Yeah. It sounds like maybe close to like the Myers-Briggs personality test that corporations use in lots of different ways to maybe decide who to hire, that kind of thing.
Yeah. It, yeah, something in between, I think, this and astrology.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to say. There's this meme kind of floating around online that I saw that says the Myers-Briggs test is astrology for people with LinkedIn accounts.
I see.
Um, I mean, it's kind of funny, but it sounds like there might be some truth in that too. Like, it's kind of a hot topic, and maybe we can save that for open discussion if anybody wants to comment on that.
Yeah, but
Um,
that's actually a good question you just raised, whether there is some truth to it. And of course, yes, it might be, and maybe there is. But whatever truth there is to something, to some theory, we can just uncover it. We can just apply science and apply reliable testing to know to what degree there is truth to it and to what degree there is none. So uh, absolutely, I'm not suggesting to just reject the theory, any theory whatsoever, if even if some part of it is not true. So yeah, we should be open to anything, to any outcome. And even if there was no science about this before, if there will be in the future, and if it shows that it works to some degree, yes, we should take it. And I will be very happy to learn that this works, this theory. So all we can do is just look from the point of view where we're at right now and what the information is available to us at the moment.
Yeah, I really appreciate all that you just said about being open to maybe new information. I guess I just wanted to be clear that when I said that there was some truth in it, I meant there it seems like there's some truth in the statement that the test is like astrology for people with with LinkedIn accounts, not necessarily truth in the test being accurate
Right.
or whatever. But yeah, I agree that we should be open. Um, yeah. Any other questions from our panel?
Not from me.
Not at the moment.
Maybe I can do just a quick reset. Uh,
Yeah, that would be great. And then maybe open up for questions from the audience.
yes. So we're currently in the Q&A stage of the interview. For this next step here, we're just gonna ask if you could raise your hands, and we'll bring you on stage one at a time. If you have any comments or questions for the panel. Once your question has been answered, we just ask that you put yourself back on the audience. And if you need any assistance with that, let us know, and I'll be more than happy to help you kind of directing how to do that. If you have any questions and that you do not want to come on stage, feel free to send me a back channel message, and I'll be more than happy to ask on your behalf. Again, if you need any assistance, let me know through the back channel. After the Q&A, we're going to be bringing everyone to the stage as an open discussion. So if you want to stick around, we'll open it up for everyone. And I also want to remind that the room is being recorded. So if anyone has a question, feel free to raise your hands, and we'll bring you up. I do actually have a question that came through the text, David.
Excellent. Go ahead
All
and
right.
go ahead and ask it, and we'll try to answer it as best as possible.
Yeah. So in the meantime, yeah, if anyone has a question, feel free to raise your hands, and we'll get the queue started. Yeah. So the question goes: I would like to know if you guys do this street epistemology with everyone all the time. My spouse is super smart and is into philosophy. They question me all the time about truth and how I know certain things when I'm just making a conversation. They know my stats are solid and want me to think better, but it feels like a setup. It feels passive aggressive. How can I let them do this thing while still just enjoying a relaxing conversation? That was the question. I'm smart, but don't need or want every thought to be a deep dive into why I think it. So it seems like a lot of the conversations for them are becoming like a epistemology investigation as to why they are claiming that.
Yeah, interesting question.
That's a fantastic question. How would you answer that, Rom?
Yeah, first I want to make sure that I understood the question. So there is a person, and they say that their wife is asking them questions, like to ask them questions, which are pretty smart and all, but they don't want to be questioned like that all the time. They want to do it only some of the times. And so how do they tell their wife to make it less aggressive?
Yeah,
That's what I
they
got.
said that they said their spouse. How can I let them do this thing while still just enjoying a relaxing conversation? And so the thing that I think that was highlighted uh, by then was that it feels like a setup, and it feels passive aggressive. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, so
Right.
that's
So first things first, I think what their spouse is doing somewhat wrong is obtaining consent. And this is very important. It's part of the rapport building process. You don't want, this is an example of what you don't want, right? You don't want your conversation partner to feel like they've been set up or like they've been manipulated or like they've been asked too aggressively or things like that. So make sure they want that, they enjoy that, and they are willing to do it right now with you in this context concerning this question. That is crucial. Without consent, the general advice is just don't continue. So yeah, but from their point of view, how do they tell their spouse? Well, I would just suggest starting with genuine request. Like for example, when you ask me this question now, and like when you ask me questions about how I think about things, and if I didn't consent to it initially, I might feel a little bit uh, on edge. So I don't like it this way. So if you don't mind, just please ask me whether I want to do it this way next time you do it this way, and it's gonna be all right. Or in any other form. So just a genuine request almost always works. If done politely, of course, if done with good intentions.
Yeah, while the question was being asked, I was taking notes, and the three things that I wrote down was consent, goals, and openness. And I think Rome did a good job addressing the consent part. Goal, I might ask, what is your goal here? What with these questions, what are you trying to achieve by taking this approach? Um, and then openness, being open about how those kinds of questions are making you feel in the moment. Let them know that that their approach is causing these feelings, and hopefully they'll be open to really wanting to know how to do this in a way that would make you feel a little bit more comfortable and more likely to share how you feel about the questions that they're asking.
Sure, I agree. Thanks, David.
yeah. I'm wondering if maybe are there any maybe websites that maybe they can watch, or things they can maybe I'm thinking that something they can maybe watch together, or that the spouse can show the other spouse kind of examples of this. I'm thinking about Anthony Magnabasco, or I don't know, maybe the streetepistemology.com website, or if Roman has a website as well.
There's a blog that Anthony wrote, I think, maybe, that dives into street epistemology with friends and family, that I think would be greatly helpful for that situation. I can probably find that link uh, to that blog um, pretty easily, and whoever needs that, just get a hold of me here on back channel or on Twitter or whatever, and I'll share that link with you. If if you want to find it on your own, and this is to whoever's asking, if you Google street epistemology, friends and family, you might be able to find it pretty easily. That would be my first recommendation. What do you guys think?
Yeah, absolutely. So on streetepistemology.com, there is a blog, and there are lots of posts there. And one of them is by Anthony about talking to friends and family. So I second that. And there are also a lot of other blog posts as well, which are worth considering.
That's a great question, by the way. I appreciate whoever asked that. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yep. And now we're embracing the pause. Yeah, just as we discussed.
Embracing the silence. Yeah, so we
Yeah.
don't have anyone in the queue. I think you guys made some pretty good points, and maybe most questions have been answered. If you guys want to open it up, or we have somebody with a question coming on stage. Hey, welcome, Nidhi. Go ahead if you have a question or comment. Stage is yours.
Uh, am I audible? Yes.
Yes, yes. Hello, Nidhi.
Welcome, Nidhi.
Yes. My question is, by people defend their beliefs as uh, whatever is true to them, whatever feels true to them, is more real to them, right? So if I encounter such people or some who feel that whatever they believe is uh, in a way more real than the reality to them. Like how would we deal with it? Like uh, I came across this in this book called *Sapiens*, where uh, in our belief systems there are three kinds of beliefs: subjective, objective, and intersubjective. Uh, what if we're dealing with people who have these intersubjective beliefs and like
Mm-hmm.
what they feel true is very much so in within their population, and they've raised up believing in it. How do we encounter such beliefs, like uh, that we find irrational?
Right. So what I gathered is if a person believes that what they feel is more real to them than the reality itself, even if it existed, or maybe they just don't feel there is an external reality, just what they feel is the reality, how to deal with such things. Does that sound about right, Nidhi?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So this is this is a common thing actually, and unfortunately, this is a pretty common thing to encounter. This is called relativistic thinking, derived from the term from the word relative, of course, meaning truth is relative. Truth is relative to a person. I believe what I believe, you believe what you believe, and there is no higher truth. There is no nothing underneath that or above that. So this might be tough actually, and the good news is that there are ways to at least try to deal with it. There are lots of good questions we can ask, and I'm not saying they will work or whatever, but there are things. So first of all, we might start with basic stuff like how do they go on about their life, how they make decisions in their daily life. Do they when they reason about what to do and what to believe, do they use anything besides their feelings, or do they use only their feelings? might be a question. If they say they use only their feelings or what they think is fun or something like that, we can conduct an outsider test. If another person thinks another thing is fun, or they feel like doing another thing? How do we deal with that? And to make it even more difficult, we can ask questions like, you bring your child to a doctor and they feel like giving your child some bullshit medicine, for example, whatever you think is bullshit medicine. Do you still trust them? Do you think they are just as entitled to their truth as you are to yours when you don't want your child to take that medicine? I don't know. Questions like this might help to just don't make it aggressive. Just don't make it sound like as if you're attacking them, but genuine curiosity. How does that work at all? And usually, actually, people will not say that they only use their feelings to go out about life. So usually, people use something else, even if they don't think about it in the first place, even if they didn't understand it. So whatever they might think of, what they are using is to be uncovered next, and this would be closer to their epistemology now. So when you decide to make a decision, how do you decide it? What do you look for? What do you look at? And basically, what we're doing here is we're trying to ask polite questions in order for them to help, and in order for both of us to help formulate some tests, some things, some methods, actually, that we might want to use in order to come to conclusions or to make decisions or think what's true and what's not. So those are just some of the tools that we might use. There's actually a great chapter in the book called A Manual for Creating Atheists by Peter Boghossian, which is dedicated specifically to uncovering relativistic thinking. And also, I'm sure that there is a blog post on streetepistemology.com as well. I'm not sure that I remember what's it called. Maybe Truth is Relative, or I don't remember the name, but there is a blog post about it as well. So I just recommend reading the chapter and the blog post.
Thanks, Rom. That was helpful.
Thank you, Nadi, for this question.
Yes, it's a really good question, and it kind of exposes one of the biggest roadblocks to even starting into the street epistemology conversation that can happen. Just understanding your interlocutor's relationship with what reality is, or what truth is. I was wondering, Rome, if this would be a good time for you to walk us through the Tic Tac thought experiment about truth. If you use that experiment, or if you have another thought experiment that you typically go to in this situation.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you very much, David, for reminding me. I forgot to mention such simple tests, questions like Tic Tac tests, when talking about relativist thinking. So basically, Tic Tac test, or you might call it whatever you like, is a basic test about whether there can be an objective truth. It's called a Tic Tac test because Anthony used to take Tic Tac boxes with him and to ask his interlocutors whether they think the number of the Tic Tacs in the box is even or odd, and whether there is an actual answer to this question. And if they're not sure, we might go on asking, like, if one person thinks there is an even number and another person thinks there is an odd number, can they both be right at the same time? So yeah, this is just one variation of such a question. I usually try to ask about things that are close to me and my interlocutor when we're discussing this. For example, what if another person believes there is no chair underneath you and you're not sitting on a chair, and it's true for them that you will just fall down on the ground? Would that be just as true as you thinking you're sitting on this chair? Things like that could be asked. Any simple question about a simple object that we might touch, or a number of objects that we might count, might help very much when discussing things like that.
That's great.
All right. Thank you, Nidhi. So, David, did you have a preference, or don't know if you had any more questions, or you can open it up?
Yeah, maybe somebody would like to have a conclusion examined in the meantime, or if we have anyone else that would like to ask a question or offer a comment, that's welcome. Looks like we may have a hand raised here. Oh, looks like you're on it. Awesome.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi. So I missed the whole chat, so if you've answered this already, do forgive me. So my question was, what model of knowledge do you hold to, and why do you think that's the best one?
Interesting. But just help me understand what kinds of models you have in mind.
So like, do you hold to a justified true belief as knowledge?
So you're talking about what definition of knowledge do I hold on to?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So this is a question from academic epistemology. How do we know stuff, and what is knowledge, stuff like that. And justified true belief is probably one of the, if not the most popular definition of knowledge, and it has lots of problems. So to anyone who is interested, Google Gettier problems or Gettier cases, and yeah, you might have a treat. If it's not necessary to understand all that when doing street epistemology, so I just want to note that. So if you want to hold better conversations, I don't think it's necessary to just define difficult words like knowledge. But yeah, now to me personally, I do not hold to any definitions of words like knowledge, truth, and reality. Well, I can use those words sometimes, and I do use those words sometimes. But if you press me on it, I'll just say that I don't need them. We don't need them, because I go on about my life using some processes, using methods to understand what do I want to believe and what I don't want to believe, and to what degree, to what level of confidence. But absolutes like knowledge, truth, and especially if you say absolute truth or things like that, I just find no meaning in them, and actually maybe I even find them quite harmful, like to use in some cases at least. So that would be my answer.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's all I had. I came in late. I missed the whole conversation. So yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Rom, can you spell that for me? The Gettier. You said to Google something about Gettier.
Yeah, Gettier is a name of a philosopher, mid 20th century. So GETTIER, I think.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I guess if I were to comment on that, typically a practitioner of street epistemology would focus on the definitions that the interlocutor is using. So typically we'll make it about them, focus on them, their claim, their reasons, their definitions, their conclusions, their epistemology, and maybe save your own definitions for words like knowledge, maybe towards the end, unless they're really adamant about needing to know your definitions first. I guess that's the only thing that I would add to what Rom said.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't impose your definitions on your interlocutor. Definitions don't matter ultimately. They are just words like this knowledge word. Words are just things that we use in order to think, in order to just either think, reason, or to talk about it. But no more than that. They should be seen as tools. Is my understanding, and sometimes it's unfortunate to see that people are being confused by the words that they're using. So instead of words helping them to think, they're starting with words, and that messes up their thinking. So you should start with thinking reality and then assign words to it, ideally. But if you do it the other way around, like start with the word, like knowledge, and what it is, what it's not, this is the wrong way to go, I think. So definition should depend on why we want to use those words. And it's even okay to use different definitions for the same word for different contexts, for different goals.
There's the Street Epistemology survey that Nathan Ferguson presented, and that has there's a lot of exploration about this kind of stuff in that survey. What are your thoughts on that survey, and how has it helped you maybe gotten people to maybe have their thoughts, I don't know how to ask, I guess, but how has that survey helped you in your SE conversations? Maybe that's the best way to phrase that question.
Yeah, so I love the survey. I think it's a very good tool that you might want to use for different purposes. Actually, you can use it with a group of people, as Nathan has been doing. You can use it with one person to just help start the conversation, or actually uncover relativistic thinking as well, or just find common ground in our understanding of words like truth and reality. Yeah, so it could be used for lots of. To me, it's probably like an invitation for a nice conversation about epistemology. Oh, actually, yeah, there's another thing you might use it, or you might want to use it for, is to discuss epistemology without starting with an actual claim. So just dive straight into epistemology with this survey. It is possible, I think. I'm not saying it works extremely well, or it's better than to conduct a conversation starting with a claim. So to each their own, and for different purposes, you might want to use one or the other. And as to me personally, as of yet, actually, I have never used a survey to conduct a conversation, but I am going to, definitely. I like it.
There is the Street Epistemology study course that's being developed right now. Are you a part of that? Maybe you can talk about that and let us know how that's going.
Yeah, there is a course development project going on, and I am a part of it. I am a subject matter expert in this project. Currently, there are more than 10 people working on it, around 15 people, I think. And it's going well, slowly but steadily. And So what we're aiming at is to provide a text-based material which will be, well, hopefully both concise enough and understandable enough for anyone to learn. And so there are texts and there are knowledge checks, and yeah, basically everything you need to in order to start conducting your own SE conversations. So we split the course into different modules. For example, one is dedicated specifically to uncovering epistemology, another is dedicated to clarifying the claim, another one is about attitudes that street epistemology suggests. So all that, I hope is going to be a great material, and ideally we want to release the first part of this course, not the whole course, but part of this course, well, if not by the end of this year, then somewhere in the beginning of the next year. I'm expecting some first release. So yeah, check out for that. We're working real hard on it, and there are lots of great people and great epistemologists, and not only SEers, but different kinds of people who help move this project forward. So I'm really excited to be there, be part of this team. And yeah, I really expect us to produce a great product as a result.
You said that that you go out into the streets and have SE conversations with people. Is that right?
Last time I did it was before the pandemic, so I did go out.
Okay. I was wondering about your equipment setup. What do you normally use um, to have those conversations with just strangers on the street? What's your setup like?
Yeah, I'm not a very technical guy, but actually it was never a problem. So I used a GoPro camera, and that's actually one single item that you can use, and if you use it, you don't need anything else. Maybe, but of course, ideally, you also want microphones. You also want uh, the absence of wind or background noises. So what else have I used was just my smartphone used as a dictaphone, like as a audio recorder. And so instead of microphone, I just used my smartphone, and it worked pretty well as well. Any camera will do. So if you want to just start with the audio, because audio is more important, and basically audio is the main thing you need. You can just, so that's actually also what I've been doing. I would just go out and record only the audio, and then listen to the recording and try to learn from it, try to discuss it with my peers, with other people, and that helped a lot, I think. And at some later point, I started to record video as well.
The way that I got introduced to you was through the review videos that that you and some of the other folks that are doing this, they'll go on a live stream and they'll watch either one of your videos or one of the other SE practitioners' videos and review them. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about how that process works. Last week, Michael was telling us that there's like a voting process, and you folks vote to choose which video to review that day. Maybe you can tell us a little bit how that process works, and maybe
Sure.
share a little bit.
Yeah, so I think we should mostly thank Reed Nicewander for these shows. He is doing a great lot for epistemology, And for everyone, he's producing lots of awesome materials. And so this review show, it works, yeah, just as you described. I think currently it's been held weekly, either on Wednesday or on Thursday. And first, people just discuss what do they want, what would they like to suggest as a video to review, and then among 3 or so options, people just vote. And yeah, that's basically it. So we vote on what to review and vote on when to, a specific date and time, on when to meet and do that. And we do it, yeah, in StreamYard.
Cool. Early, why don't we go ahead and open up the room for open discussion? So whoever wants to come up on stage, and we'll have a popcorn style roundtable. Roman, you're welcome to stay as long as you'd like. And in the meantime, Rom mentioned Reed Nicewonder. I should say that his YouTube channel is called Cordial Curiosity, and he recently started or maybe it wasn't recently, and I just found it recently, but he's got a new new channel called Cordial Curiosity Clips, that anybody who's interested in watching the review videos or his one-on-one conversations with people, he's got a really nice setup that typically he'll have somebody helping him out to Dolly, also known as Juggling Lessons, is there a lot of the times, and Dolly's scheduled to come and be one of our special guests on September the 11th, if I'm not mistaken. So we're excited to have him. Next week, we're scheduled to have Jenna Belk from the atheist community of Austin. She has done some field work with Anthony Magnabosco, so we're excited to have Jenna come in next week. So yeah, if anybody wants to come up on stage, raise your hand and we'll get you up here and we'll have an open discussion for a little while.
Yeah, so the room is the hand raising is open to everyone. So if you guys want to come up, feel free.
Another thing that I would like to mention is Rome actually does a lot of practice street epistemology on Discord. If you need the link to that, just let me know. I know that he's taking some time away from that today to be with us, and I really appreciate that. Maybe you can tell us, what someone might expect if they go into one of those rooms on Discord that wants to maybe try out SE, maybe practice it, or have one of their conclusions examined, and tell us how to get there, and maybe share some information about that.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for mentioning that, David. So we conduct street epistemology practice sessions on SE Discord server. One of the practices is being held at 1800 GTM or UTC, which started basically an hour before our show started, which we're having right now. So, but it's not the only practice that's being held, but maybe it's the one that's being held most consistently. So just go to the SE Discord server and look out for announcements in the announcement channel, and you will not miss any of SE practices if you do that. So what to expect there? Basically, to just practice actual street epistemology. This is a great playing ground, which I suggest anyone who is just who is learning street epistemology and who want to get better at it, because that's how you actually get better at it. Practice, but not only practice, but also feedback from other people and also feedback from experienced epistemologists. I think without it, it's very difficult to avoid common mistakes and things like that when doing street epistemology. Of course, you can do it and you're welcome to do it, but I would just advise before going out in the streets or especially before talking to your relatives, to your friends using this method, just to make sure you have grasped all the basics. I suggest to visit several practices and to participate. You can participate both as just a listener in the audience. You can be an ear and help someone unpack their claim, and you can also participate in a role of an interlocutor and look at it from the inside. See how it feels when you've been asked nice and challenging questions, and when you look at it from all the three different sides, observer, seer, interlocutor, you just get a better understanding of it. So I welcome you and suggest doing that if you think street epistemology is something that you might want to understand better and to be better at it.
Are there any other resources that you can provide that you normally tell people to go to that want to learn more about it?
Well, yeah, one of the main resources is YouTube, because there are hundreds of recorded conversations, mostly with random people, but don't think that street epistemology is about talking with random people. It's just the ones which are being recorded. That's it, usually. Also, not all the recorded conversations are with random people. But yeah, this helps a lot because seeing how experienced street epistemologists conduct conversations is very inspiring, is a great educational material for you. So that's the first thing I recommend. Another resource is mentioned Discord server, SC Discord. Just I think you can easily find it. Another resource is streetepistemology.com, a website. There are links to YouTube channels. There are links to other materials. There is a blog where you can read some great posts written by epistemologists. So those are the main I can think of. There are also Facebook groups, which are a bit less active now than Discord server, but also pretty active, and there are nice questions being posted almost every day. So yeah, check out for all of that wherever you. And also there's this Clubhouse group, which is awesome.
All right, looks like we have a full stage now. So yeah, open discussion. Did you want to make any other comments early?
No, I was just gonna kind of let the people know that it was an open discussion. Maybe for this time around, if you maybe want to go in PTR order, and then kind of we'll go back again. So currently, I have Victoria as the first one. Victoria, if you have a question or comment, stage is yours.
Thanks very much. I love this way of thinking, and do it for myself quite often, leaving myself stunned and thinking I know nothing and will never know nothing or will never know anything. But following up on the consent comment earlier, I just wonder how you guys feel when you don't get consent. Like, if you're sitting there talking to somebody and maybe you think that what they're saying doesn't have a basis and you're dying to ask them, where they got that information or why they believe that thing. But you say, hey, can we dig deep in that? And the person says, no, I'm not into it right now. How do you feel?
Right.
Do you want to leave the conversation? Do you think that they're idiots? Like, it seems to me that would be frustrating on your part. How do you live with having a love for this, but not being provided consent in every conversation?
Thank you, Victoria, for a nice question. So yeah, in short, you just have to accept the rejection graciously and don't feel bad about it. Of course, I don't think that a person is an idiot if they just don't want to talk to me. I think it's easier to understand that when we think of it from ourselves as from the point of view of interlocutors. Imagine you are being I don't know, you feel frustrated or you just feel tired, you just came from work, or whenever you feel worse during your usual day, and someone just wants to dive into a deep conversation with you about what you hold truth and what you hold true, what you hold dear, and you just don't want it. Is it okay to just say that you're not ready for it at this particular moment? Of course it is. And of course they should understand it. Of course if especially if they respect you, especially if you respect each other, it's very important to respect boundaries and to respect our current desires. So yeah, that in short, also this is basically the difference between a request, a genuine request, and a demand. You don't want to demand a person to conduct a conversation with you. You just want to gently request it. You want to just invite them to do it. And of course, when you do that, the difference between this and demand is how you handle rejection. If you handle rejection as if you're being offended, or if you start acting like a child, or I don't know, then you can think about it as a demand, not a request.
Right,
So yeah,
right.
just let's let everyone opt out and opt in of anything we offer them. It goes to not only conversations, and I see conversation, but anything else as well. Do you want tea? Do you want to have sex? Do you want to hang out with me? Yeah, anything.
Right, right. Yeah, I guess with this kind of thing, like, you guys all seem really smart and talk about things that you know about. So you have a basis for that. I just wonder, like, if you're with a sibling, or your mom, or just a good friend, and they say something that's off, and that there's no basis for it, or that it's
Right.
maybe it's not religion, but maybe let's go back to astrology or something like that, and you really want to bring them to your point of view. I guess maybe this isn't what street epistemology, or you want them to learn how to think more critically. That's your desire. Maybe they don't want it. I'm just wondering, if they say, no, I'm not into that right now, let's just change the conversation, because clearly you don't believe the same thing I do. Are you okay with that, or does it leave you with a bit of frustration? Like, why doesn't this person want to learn?
Right. Yeah, I think I understand your question better now. Yeah, sorry if I misinterpreted
No, that's okay. It's
your
all
question. Please. So yeah, what I'm hearing now is you ask you hear something from your sibling or from your mother, and it's really important for you what they believe, because it influences maybe your other relatives, maybe other people you love,
right.
like children, for example. And so you just want them to believe true things, and it's important. So you invite them for a conversation, and they just say they don't feel like it, or they just don't want to talk about it at all. Then yeah, of course you might feel frustration, and it happens, and I would feel frustration in such a case, and I did, of course. But the answer would still remain the same. If they don't want to talk about it, it just wouldn't make sense. So yeah, you can feel frustrated, and yeah, it's important, even if it's the most important thing in the world for you. If you proceed and if you start pushing it, if they don't feel like it, chances are you'll just make it worse. So just hold on to your frustration for now and hope for the best. Try to build rapport, do it genuinely, do it gradually. Don't expect everything you want to happen just there and then. And yeah,
Thank you.
try to be the best version of yourself, and then expect to achieve your goals better. Thank you, Victoria.
Hi, everyone. Before you continue, I would very much appreciate it if any of you could do a quick recap of what what the conversation's been about, I would very much appreciate.
Francisco, just FYI, your the volume is very low on your. I could barely hear you, but I think you did ask for just kind of like a review of the topic that we've been covering today. I don't know, David, if you want to kind of explain a little bit of the topic for Francisco. He just got here not too long ago. Just
Thank
on
you very
street
much.
epistemology.
I've been having a little trouble with my mic. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so the topic today in this room is street epistemology, which, from my understanding, it's basically a compassionate conversation tool that creates a space for us to explore the sufficiency of the reasons and the reliability of the methods our conversation partner uses to support a high level of confidence that a belief they hold is likely true. So it's basically using the Socratic method to pull back the layers and get at the actual reasons somebody uses to form a belief, and asking questions that kind of explore the sufficiency of those main reasons that they're using. So it's basically a conversation tool that is typically, from my experience, more effective than, say, giving somebody facts as to why their belief is incorrect. I hope that helps a little bit. Maybe, Rom, you can add to that as you wish.
Yeah, it was a good explanation of what street epistemology is, and I'll just add to it that we're right now in a Q&A session, so no specific topic, anything about street epistemology can be asked and discussed, and that's that.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Can you hear me a little better there?
Yes,
I can hear
yeah,
you all right.
Yeah, you
Okay.
sound better, Francisco.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, does anyone else have maybe a reaction or an answer to Victoria's question that she asked about consent?
I can probably add a little bit to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, consent is huge. The A really good way to have a terrible conversation is to not respect the other person's consent or boundaries. We often talk about an idea called the backfire effect, which causes the conversation partner um, to grasp even more tightly to their conclusion that you may think is not accurate. So yeah, I like what Rom said about respecting that, and there's not much that you can do in that situation. Another aspect of street epistemology, which I think is really important, is modeling. So you want to model the behavior that you want your conversation partner to display. So maybe an example of that might be, if they later on, if they make another claim, you can say things like, that really interests me. I would like to talk about that more. Maybe we can figure something out. Maybe we can work as a team towards this common goal. But basically, displaying the behavior that you want them to show to you. That would be one of my recommendations.
There's also a certain particular factor in this process which I think should be taken into account. Many people who are religious or that hold religious values sometimes haven't really taken time to think about their implications or their extension, if you want to call it that. What I mean is the following. Some people have been raised to be religious. They haven't had the choice. And sometimes when having a conversation with someone who's religious, you'll find out, I tell you this because I've had the experience, you'll find out that they sometimes have to stay quiet and think for a little while about certain points, because when asked certain questions or just asked certain questions, they realize they haven't really thought them through. You'd think, okay, that should be normal in any kind of conversation, but since we're talking about religion, it's like another way of thinking about these topics, because when they have to stop, just take that little while to think about what they're going to say, they aren't just making a statement about their beliefs. Religion's personal. So they are, in a certain way, thinking about how they are going to express not only how they think about religion, but who they are as a religious person. So sometimes you'll find out, and again, I say this from experience, that people who are defending a certain religious position find themselves in a stance of vulnerability, not because they plan to, but just because, again, they find themselves defending values or defending aspects of religion which they had never before thought about. And that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you. That's a very nice addition to what we've discussed, and I agree with all that.
Yeah, Francisco brought up so many things there. Talked about, religious claims, and I should say, in case I don't remember if this has been said already today, but street epistemology isn't necessarily limited to religious claims. You can use SE for just about any claim. It's focusing on the sufficiency of the reasons somebody's using to arrive at the claim that they think is likely true or factually accurate. I've never thought of this before. That whenever you hear somebody say that, there's a good chance that you're on the right track with them. It's true. Not, the idea of never really thinking about this, and I was raised this way. And so maybe we focus on whether being raised a certain way is a good reason to think that that a belief is the case. And it's really important that, sometimes whenever we examine a religious claim, they're not only defending their religion, but they're oftentimes they feel like they're having to defend their identity, because a lot of people attach their religious claims to their identity. And so we have to be really careful about that, and try to separate the reasons that they're using from their identity. And another thing that you brought up was that, letting them think about it, and that's what we call what's called the pregnant pause, which, in this particular club, is one thing that I really like about Alfonso's approach with that is, sometimes we have this kind of awkward pause where nobody says anything, and we try to embrace that. So we do that same thing in street epistemology. In fact, on some of the SE videos, there's actually a timer sometimes that the practitioner will put in after the fact that times the amount or measures the amount of time somebody is using that pregnant pause. And that's what you want. That's aporia, that time to reflect on what they just said. So all of those points that you brought up are super important. Yeah, I'm glad that you brought those things up.
Yeah, thank you, David, for that contribution as well. Mead, um, did you have a question or a comment that you wanted to make towards the room?
Well, I was thinking of becoming a top-notch epistemologist until after looking through Roman's Instagram, I realized how difficult it would be because I would have to learn to ice skate, with a book in my hand to read, with my wife close to me, um, to ride a bike and ride a skate with lights on, flashing. So yeah, I think I'd have a difficult time becoming an epistemologist because I don't
Yeah,
have all that talent.
this is all absolutely necessary for those who's interested. If you don't know to do that, and also at the same, all of that at the same time, you just can't do street epistemology. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's getting up into the more expert level of street epistemology, all that.
Yeah.
I wanted to maybe tell the other side of the story of what we reacted to earlier. Um, what Victoria, the question that Victoria asked about consent. I think I've been on both sides. Well, yeah, I guess that's the way you could say both sides. Where I have been, and I'm sure many of us that are maybe that identify as atheists or agnostic atheists have probably been here before with a family member or friend where you're discussing religion. So early on in my as I kind of started to embrace to understand religion and kind of see what the well, I guess the epistemology of religion and religious claims and beliefs. I have a specific story where I engaged with a very good friend of mine, actually an ex roommate from college, where he's still a believer, and we started the conversation, and I think most of the time, um, a believer is actually willing to talk to you about God. So I like they're almost always like within family members. There's like an implied consent to talk, especially if you're already on the phone, you're talking. And I do kind of want to highlight that nuance there. I think that uh, kind of bringing into light the question that was asked in the back channel. There's obviously something that's making the person uncomfortable, right? And so even if you find yourself within with a family member or friend talking about this, I think the consent is important, but sometimes the dynamic that you have with the person, you may already be in a conversation. There may already be consent to talk. I think the next level thing that which is where I failed, is to read the person and like understand when it's time to stop, when the questioning should stop. Because sometimes, especially when you are kind of going into the topic and you're trying to get into the epistemology of the person, especially like a friend, there's trust there already, and you start drilling them, and quote unquote donking on them, like they say on Clubhouse. And you can really rip relationships apart, or at least test them unnecessarily harsh. And so I think that uh, consent is very important, like Victoria highlighted, in the context of the question that was asked. This is like a spouse dynamic, and I'm not sure whether the spouse has made it clear that this is uncomfortable or not, but clearly you need consent, right? But what I'm trying to get at is like you also should just read the room, right? Read the person, and don't really force or try to go beyond. If the person is escalating, or if they're getting excited or shouting, like, back off. This is not really the way, a healthy way to have a discussion. Sorry, that was a little bit loaded, but I thought it would be useful to mention that.
No, it's a great point. Yeah, it's very important to know how and when to end this conversation. When, especially that you mentioned, to end the conversation is very important. And when emotions get high is one thing, but also general advice is to take one step at a time. Because if you don't expect your interlocutor to think deeply about 2 or 3 different things. Well, 1 or 2 is ideal. If you do that, that's a good way to good marker where you should stop and not press further, and better to continue this conversation at some later point. But even if you don't do that,
Exactly.
also time constraints and what we call revisiting consent. It's good to obtain consent, but it's also very important to revisit consent if you think that might be an issue. And sometimes it's not. It doesn't mean that every 5 minutes or so you should just check in and ask, are you cool with continuing or not? But if you have any doubts, especially if you have previous experience that tells you messed up with that, yeah, consider doing that as well. So just a simple question. So I'm cool with continuing, and I like this conversation, but I don't want to tire you. Or if you want it to be somewhere else already, feel free to just tell me, and we can continue it later.
I think that's
Yeah.
a great point, and there's also this attitude that we sometimes see, especially in politics, when a certain politician doesn't have an instant answer to a certain question. We may sometimes see it as a sign of, okay, this guy is not as secure, or he's not as convinced of his ideas as it was thought, and sometimes that phenomenon is passed on to regular conversations, outside politics, and we sometimes find ourselves tempted to answer quickly because that means we know better or something like that. And a good parameter to know whether a conversation is going on the right path, I think, is the velocity at which everyone is talking. When talking fast, it may sometimes be aggressive.
Francisco, you sound a little low again. I don't know. Something
sorry.
changed.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Is that better, Erlo?
To me, it's all right, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's low for me too. I mean, it's not. What do you say when you ask if it was better? It wasn't better.
How about now?
Oh, yeah, maybe marginally better.
Okay, then you guys continue. I'll continue with my point later on. I'll try to fix this meanwhile.
Maybe try stepping out, Francisco, and come back in, and we'll come back around to you.
Okay.
A term that that could be described, that the subject that we're talking about right now might be rapport. Maybe Rom, you can tell us about earning and spending rapport points.
Right. Yeah. We use such terms sometimes as well. So rapport is just a general level of vibes between you and your interlocutor. What's the atmosphere? What's the relationship? And emotional contact, you might say, or emotional climate. I don't know. So just how you feel about being there and then with each other is rapport, and you of course, it's crucial to just have rapport. You can think about it as a scale, and you want to have rapport always above 0. So 0 is just almost nothing, and less than 0 is somewhat negative. So you always want to have it above 0, and also sometimes people overdo it, and people think so much about rapport that they just maybe even unconsciously refrain from asking challenging questions to probe into the deepest parts of the belief. So what David just mentioned, when he said spending rapport points, is what we sometimes say when we mean that you can, if you have a high enough rapport, you can even try to lose some of it, given that it won't go into negative numbers. But you can just ask some challenging question and just push a little bit harder than you've been doing before. Not too hard, of course, just with the limits of consent and all that, but still. Yeah, because what we want basically in ordinary street epistemology conversation is two things: rapport and epistemology. So rapport is what we need to have in order to have a productive conversation, and epistemology is what we want to focus on. So you can think about it as wants and needs. You need rapport, but you want to uncover epistemology. You want to understand how they are thinking, even unrelated to a specific claim, just what methods they are using. Maybe they're appealing to authority, maybe they're appealing to science. But then again, you can just go deeper. And what authority? How do you pick authority? Or what science? How do you know what science tells us and what doesn't it tell us? Things like that. So you might want to spend rapport sometimes to just proceed to progress in the conversation.
Another important idea to remember while having a street epistemology conversation is respecting the other person's time. So that brings me to just do a quick check-in with Rom. We're coming up on about 2 hours into the room, which is fantastic. It's been great so far. You're welcome to stick around, but I just wanted to do a quick check-in with you and respect your time and give you the opportunity to exit if you need to. So, like I said, feel free to stick around. The open discussion is going to continue. I just wanted to do a quick check-in with you about that, just to respect your time and whatnot.
Yeah, thank you, David. So I think I can hang out for maybe 15 or 20 more minutes, and then I'll have to leave. But I'll be happy to hang around you guys a little bit more. I feel like this is an awesome room to be in, and I like the audience. I like the questions and the topic. So yeah, thank you for holding the meeting like this.
Excellent. So, Ty, did you have a question or a comment that you wanted to address to the room? Stage is yours.
Hey, thank you, Early, David. And Rom, thank you. I actually really, it's been a couple of years, but enjoyed watching Street Epistemology. I came up on it on YouTube. I came up on the channel during a personal journey that I was going on, and found it to be rather just really fun and entertaining and educational. So I want to thank you for that. I just think, the quality of the videos, the experiences are just great, Rom. And I don't remember if it was you or how many people actually do the interviews, but I think I was watching like some that were done in San Antonio, Texas, I think, in Austin, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was Anthony. He lives in San Antonio, and he is the founder of the movement of Street Epistemology International, a non-profit organization as well.
Okay.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Wonderful. Okay, so I'll that's great. So I'll put a couple of thoughts out there if you guys want. To let you know. Victoria, I love her statement and your statement, Victoria, about consent, and so I'll give consent with with disclaimer in talking today. So I am well. I'm gonna be vulnerable. I'm late diagnosed ADHD. 52 years old, master's degree. But today, the disclosure is today I take a break from my medicine. It's Shabbat for me, and so I was taking a nap during the first half of this, and then Victoria is my friend who I highly regard, and she sent me an invitation to sign in. So I signed in. I didn't get to hear the beginning, Rom. But I'll disclose to you that I love the atmosphere and the learning environment. Also, to let you know that I and I appreciated Francisco's comment on this. I was once religious, but now spiritual. I'm not an atheist, although I was willing to go there. I'm a big fan of the Hitch, Christopher Hitchens, and my faith, and as I believe the Hitch is in heaven, which some of you might find that interesting, but I think he's amazing. And I'm a big fan of Sam Harris. I think he's a wonderful person. And I don't, my agenda really is the fellowship and connection and admiration for the intellect. In this room, the other agenda I would say it is just to be benefited and have a positive impact. I thought maybe a useful question might be, and you probably said it wrong, and I probably could guess it, but I would like to know, I'm going to tell you what my question is and why I'm asking. The purpose or mission statement or mission of Street Epistemology. And I will tell you my reason for asking it is that though after going through my journey and thought I might end up becoming an atheist, and certainly not, but one thing I realize is that, and I share this with what Christopher Hitchens so well stated, and I think Sam Harris too, I have deep concern about fundamentalism of any kind, religious or political, and its danger to our world. So I wonder what the purpose of street epistemology is in that regard. And I want to say that, my research, though I'm not prepared to articulate it well, my research is pretty thorough to the point of not just reading and study, but conversation, and even I even became part of a local community. On Sunday, basically, it's an atheist church, quote unquote. They claim to be free thinkers here in Houston Oasis, but quite transparently, I do have some friends there, but I found it not to be a free thinking community. I found it to be an atheist community, and a lot of whom were just angry atheists. And they didn't, and again, it's not to take a dig at them, but in my search at the time, they didn't pass my own personal test as far as the credibility test, because it seemed like they were talking a lot more about science than they were about touching and transforming human lives, human need, human suffering. And again, I don't mean that as a dig, and I'm not making that a dig as to anybody who claims atheist. I'm just trying to share my story. But anyway, I think I need to pause and hand the mic back to Rom or David or early on that. But again, I would love to hear your statement about the reason, the purpose of street epistemology, what you want to accomplish. And I know you said it, and I'm sorry I missed it. I'll pass.
Thank you very much, Ty. First of all, nice having you. And actually, we have not discussed this specific question today. Yeah, so
oh wow,
it's
cool.
Great that you raise it. Yeah, not in these terms at least. We talked a bit about what street epistemology was and stuff like that, but the overall goal and there are a couple of ways to answer this question. One way to look at street epistemology is to look at it as a set of tools, and as any other set of tools, one might want to use it for different goals to achieve different things, and it's okay if they do that. But of course, there is probably an overarching theme to what most street epistemologists would like, and I'll just ask for myself. To me, street epistemology is mostly a way, or one of the ways to just help increase levels of critical thinking in general population, in short. And you mentioned fundamentalism, and yeah, I guess that might be part of it, like to have more productive conversations about fundamentalism or dogmatism and things related to it. But to me, it's mostly just part of uh, the whole thing, because it doesn't have to be about uh, religion, about supernatural. It doesn't have to be about fundamentalist views. Street epistemology is a set of tools that can be applied to basically any claims, either about how the world is, about the state of reality, or how we would like the world to be, about state of human laws and how we conduct ourselves and what we do as a civilization. For both of those aspects of our life, epistemology, I think, is a great tool. So yeah, in short, I think of it as a way to achieve higher rational thinking in myself and in other people as well.
I appreciate that. I got to listen in last week, and David, I think you were moderating, and I was going to share. So in my own, by the way, my master's degree is not in theology; it's in organizational leadership. And I guess I didn't say I am still ordained. I do not. I'm ordained, but I'm not a institutional church goer, but still serve many people in a spiritual role. But what I was going to say last week, I think, David, you were talking about the definition of epistemology, and I was going to tell you what in my theological training, when we studied epistemology is the word, and you guys may all know this, I don't know, but I didn't hear it come up, so I thought I'd share it. So the word epistemology comes from episteuo, which is the Greek word meaning to know, and then of course the suffix ology means knowledge of. So it's knowledge of knowledge. How do we know what we think we know, and whether or not there's and I think Francisco, you're bringing this up. I mean, this is how I interpret it: is the integrity self integrity we have in being honest about how we believe we know what we know. And I had to go through the journey that Francisco was talking about to question some of the beliefs that I was taught as a fundamentalist, which my denomination didn't call itself fundamentalist. I figured it out after I've been to 5 of the 7 continents, and I figured it out. And I'm like, and what helped me was southeastern Turkey, right near the Syria border during the war. Many of us close enough to see smoke from the war with ISIS. And I was overwhelmed by the kindness of regular Turkish Muslim people and Kurdish people, and shocked by the fact that you could take people from that community who are regular, normal Muslim, wonderful, kind, best people in the world, and yet you inject fundamentalism into that belief system, and you have people that wanted to crucify me or chop off my head as an American or a European. And then I had to get honest in my own denomination here in the United States, which I ended up joining as a kid, didn't know, joined Southern Baptist. And a lot of people don't really know the fundamental theology that goes behind it and what they really believe about everybody else that's Muslim or everybody else that would claim atheism, and I'm like, oh my gosh, fundamentalism is alive and well in my own belief system. And you look at my denomination was birthed out of racism. And so the journey that helped me, Rom, you might find this interesting, and Francisco, most of you wouldn't immediately accept this book probably, but the book that really made an impact to help me think, to become really self-aware, was called The Four Agreements. Trying to remember, I apologize, I cannot remember the author's name at the moment. Again, that's my disclaimer of my no ADD medicine. But anyway, I'll pause again there. I don't want to dominate the time unless it's useful. I'm glad to contribute if it's useful to the community here, but I'll pause there. Anyway, Rom, definition of epistemology, how we know what we think we know, the self-honesty in it. And I do think if we can use it to diminish fundamentalism, because fundamentalism can destroy the world without a question. I believe that. And that is, I guess that is a belief statement. Fundamentalism can or is likely to destroy the world is probably how I feel. That is a belief statement. So, yeah, I'll go there.
Yeah,
So
thanks
I
again,
just
Ty,
want
and thank you for the definition of epistemology. We didn't discuss that as well. The Greek roots, I'm guessing.
Yeah, thank you, Ty. Um, yes, so Robert, did you have a question or comment for the stage?
Yes, hello, how are you doing today? Hello, David, hello, Early, and hello, Rom, how are you today?
Hello,
Um,
Robert.
how you doing? Okay, I do like to follow a follow-on question to a bit of discussion about consent and informed consent, which speaks to the topic of risk, that is, the risk of harm represented by street epistemology. Are there risks of harm to interlocutors in the use of street epistemology? What are those harms that are possible? And above and beyond consent, what are the ways to mitigate that risk?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. And for anyone who doesn't know, Robert is also on our team of course development project. He's our project manager and also an expert, I think, in street epistemology. So yeah, happy to have you here, Robert. And the question, can there be harm from doing street epistemology, basically, is what I'm hearing. And what I'm thinking is, yes, of course. And also the same goes not only to street epistemology, but to other kinds of conversations that we might hold. Sometimes we can harm each other even unknowingly, even unwillingly. So that happens all the time, actually. We can just be insensitive to each other, or we can discuss something that others don't want us to discuss, all kinds of ways, or our interlocutor is in the wrong emotional state for a conversation that we're holding. So yes, of course. And I think this is not unique to street epistemology. So consent and informed consent here is, again, one of the crucial tools that helps avoid inflicting harm to our interlocutors, maybe even to ourselves as well. And by informed consent, we mean not just asking for consent formally, like, yes, I agree to talk to you, but explaining what are you going to talk about, and maybe why do you want to do it, or maybe what are your goals. So basically provide enough information for your interlocutor for them to not be surprised by the outcome of this conversation, or by different possible outcomes of such a conversation. So when we say consent, we always actually mean informed consent. And it doesn't, of course, mean that you have to at all times explain everything about street epistemology before asking even one single question. No, but depending on the situation, you might want to consider disclosing enough. So yeah, those are my first thoughts about harm.
Can I just jump in here?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is an absolutely fantastic conversation, and the direction in which it went, because that was something I hadn't thought about in most conversations, but in these kind of conversations, it can take us to a point, especially if you're asking someone to dig deep into thinking, it might actually trigger some sort of trauma that they hadn't even realized. So when you say informed consent, by saying, hey, I'd like to talk to you about this a little bit more, they might say, yeah, sure, that'd be great. But if you know that you're going to dig deep, you may want to say, I wanted to let you know, because when we think this deeply, sometimes other things come up. So if there's a chance that this might trigger something from your past that's upsetting and you don't want to go there today, I'm happy to wait. That kind of conversation. I never thought about that, but I can see how these things can be quite triggering especially to people who have had trauma in their past, even a long time ago. So thank you for bringing.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, Victoria, for expanding on that thought. We appreciate it.
One of the analogies that I tend to go back to when this kind of question comes up is the tool aspect. It's street epistemology is a tool, and much like a hammer is a tool, you can use a hammer to build up, and you can also use a hammer to tear down. And so being aware of your goal before even beginning the conversation can improve that conversation greatly. And I just wanted to go back to Ty for a second and just let you know that the beauty of street epistemology is anybody can use it. Part of my goal is to expose it to everybody, or as many people as possible. I want atheists to use street epistemology with other atheists. I want Southern Baptists to use it with other Southern Baptists and to use it with atheists. I think that it is one of the most compassionate conversation tool that anyone can use if used properly. And I just wanted to say that in my experience, this particular club and this particular room that we have on Saturdays is one of the most welcoming places that I've ever been to, online or not. I feel bad for some of the negative experiences that you've had in some of the atheist communities that you've been exposed to. You're welcome here, and so feel free to join us in any time you'd like. I just wanted to kind of reach that out and let you know that you're welcome here, no matter what your beliefs are. This club and this room is full of people from all walks of life and that have all kinds of different beliefs. And I've just had the experience of being welcome no matter what. So I just wanted you to know that.
Thank you, David, and that's so kind. And I do want to say I do not mean to stereotype, and I'm not. I apologize. And again, I'm half awake. I literally was taking a 3-hour nap on the middle of a Saturday. But I'm awake now, but just not fully there. But no, I thank you, and I found that to be the case. And yeah, people were not mean to me when I went to Houston Oasis, and I actually have a really good friend who's a former youth pastor that I helped. Helped him to get a job. He'd gotten a criminal conviction, but then he became an atheist in the process or whatever. But no, I had a good experience. I think that the thing to be aware is that fundamentalism exists also in atheism, where if emotion is strongly driving the person's position, that's where I do think, as Robert, to Robert's question, I think it's where it becomes harmful. And I want to admit a mistake that I made, because what happened when I had my spiritual conversion, I immediately went from voting one way to voting the complete opposite out of concern for security of the nation and security for human rights. And I mean, anybody, you'll probably figure this out, but I'm going to be against anybody that's a bully or demeaning toward another human being. And so during
I can figure that out.
Yeah, I bet you can. And so what I did though is if you guys have heard, David, you'd like this, but heard the term advocate for the common good, I kind of played that role in social media it wasn't a deeply political agenda. It was just trying to say, hey, let's be honest and be kind. Don't forward a piece of media if you don't know it to be true. Don't verify it. And because of my background and I was also at executive level pastor for large churches for 17 years. Before that, I was in social work as a clinical supervisor. But I was shocked. So here's a concern I have. What's what I love about street epistemology? It's a solution. But what I was shocked that people had been so affected by disinformation via the very specific algorithms being used that I saw people that I know to be good people that ended up going down, and I guess I'm just going to say it, the QAnon hole, to becoming pretty much racist, to even sharing information that was advocating violence. I had one of the books sent to me basically was calling for taking up arms against the opposite political party. It made a big deal of Joan of Arc's birthday, which is January 6th. So I was not surprised at all January 6th when all that happened. I had family members that are wonderful people that even 2 weeks after the inauguration still believe that it had not happened. And these are not stupid people. But here's the mistake. I want to say this and then pass the mic. The mistake I made is in working with my close friends, best friends, and talking openly with them, is I was pissed. I was mad. And fortunately, I had good enough friends that we can argue and be okay. But one of my buddies, and he's, good guy, owns 3 different businesses, and we had a trip together where we had to go pick up a new car in Tennessee and drive back, and we're talking. He wants to talk about it. And finally, he's like asking me all these questions about why you think this, about that, about on the politics stuff. And I am, as Victoria pointed out, I'm trauma triggered at this point. Like, I'm really worried about the fact that we had an existential threat to this country, and I still don't think we're over it. And you guys, I now know a lot about technology and all that, and what's going on in the back channels. And but I was so trauma triggered and angry that my buddy just said, he said, man, it just sounds like you hate. And I'm almost inserting the former president's name, and I'm like, and he caught me there, because like, if he thinks that that's what's in me, then I've lost all credibility. But there's a part of me, it's like, man, put me in the room with that bigot former president, put me in a room on video for 12 hours and let's just do that. And I'm talking about verbal discourse. Let's do some epistemology and we'll show what he really knows and who the person he is. But my buddy, when he said, it just sounds like you hate him, it's like, okay, I'm not going to win anybody over. I'm not going to help keep the safety of human beings in the world if he thinks I hate. Anyway, I'll pass the mic on that. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me, David. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And there's everything you say resonates deeply with me. And I think it might have to do with myself also being a native Texan and a Southern Baptist. My parents were Southern Baptist missionaries in Mexico City.
Should I say bless your heart? But no, I just had to.
I know what that really.
That's an inside
I know what
joke.
that really means.
You do, yeah. And I apologize for interrupting.
No.
Thanks for sharing that. I'll listen.
Yeah, no, we're on the same page. I feel like I know where you're coming from, and so yeah, all of that really resonates deeply with me. Having friends and family that are in that same camp as your buddy. But before I forget, and this may not pertain necessarily to you, maybe it does, but I was wondering if you had ever heard of the Clergy Project, which is associated with recovering from religion, and the Secular Therapy Project. The Clergy Project is a community of people that make a living in the clergy that are struggling with coming out of religion and struggling with their lack of beliefs, but are still kind of in that community as far as making a living. So I just wanted to offer that to you, or maybe you have some friends in your community that could benefit from that. Just know that it's there. And if you need any more resources about that, I can definitely hook you up with those.
Thank you. I'll reach out to you, David. I did learn about it, knew about it, had forgotten about it, and I might have learned about it from Street Epistemology. I'm not sure where, but I did, pretty thorough research. So thank you for mentioning that. And then sometime if you want to know about why I landed where I landed, I'm not really just deeply spiritual, but I'm glad to share that. But I'm not. Here's what's interesting. I have no need to be dogmatic about it or pushy. Victoria, you and I had conversation. You might have insight on that. I'm like, yeah, I'm so excited to get to interact with everybody in here, and everybody and all my friends. I've got a great atheist friends too. So, but thanks, David. I'll shoot you a back channel message.
Absolutely, and it's funny. It's a small world, big state, small world. And Victoria is actually one of the towns that I lived in. Went to high school there, which is just southwest of Houston. So just kind of an observation with Victoria there.
That's cool.
All right.
Cool.
I think I have to go at this point, guys. I loved it being here. Thank you everyone for participation, David, Alfonso, and Arlie for inviting me, and hope being there soon again.
Yeah, Rom, thanks so much for joining us. Hopefully in the future, you can come back and hang out with us again. You're always welcome to be in this room. And good luck with the rest of the projects that you're working on. And I'm excited to see you soon online with more of those review videos.
Awesome.
Спасибо большое.
Спасибо, Carlos. All right, bye.
Thank you, Roman. Oh, I didn't get to say goodbye.
Translate.
Sorry, guys. I was cooking and washing dishes for the last 4 hours, and then I wanted to chime in, but I couldn't get in. So
maybe I can ask you a question, David, while we wait for Alfonso. So this is one of the things that it frustrates me a lot when I'm asking questions, and it's like people not answering the question, giving you a non-answer, like telling you a whole story about like something that is not related to the answer. Or maybe at the very end, right, they pretty much sort of say something. But what do you do in those cases? Do you just like ask the question again? Or if you know that this person is like not answering, like do you interrupt them in the middle of the question? Or do you put the rules before asking questions? Like one thing that I try is like say like in a room, right? If someone asks you a question, first answer the question and then give the explanation. I don't know what is your approach to these kind of situations, which tend to happen so often.
Yeah, so you're kind of touching on like what do you do if you ask a question and the person doesn't answer it? That can be very frustrating depending on what your goal is. And I think it really depends on the person and the situation, and it depends on you and your goals. Um, it's not in my nature to interrupt people. Sometimes, for better or for worse, sometimes I'll just let somebody ramble on and on and on and on. And I, 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 I tend to be maybe a little bit more patient than most people in that situation. Um, and sometimes when you let them talk, it's the first time that they've ever heard themselves say stuff. Um, and there's this idea of a different part of your brain is being used when you actually hear yourself out loud than when you're just talking to yourself in your head. Um, letting somebody go off with that explanation can sometimes provide a lot of insight to themselves. And, I've had situations where people will say, now that I say that, I'm not really sure if that's really true. So maybe to answer your question, um, depending on what your goal is, just let them explain that to themselves in that way, and just hold that space for them, um, and maybe revisit the question later. Um, that would be probably my first recommendation. Um, Consent. We keep going back to consent, and that can be seen on a bunch of different levels. They may not be consenting to answering your question, and the strategy of kind of going off on a tangent or a story might be their way of telling you that they don't consent to answering that question, and that might have to be okay for now.
May I jump in here?
Yeah, we can just go ahead and go popcorn style, which means anybody can say anything at any time.
I just
y-
wanted to
y-
reply to the,
yeah, go for
I
it.
think it was Carlos. Yeah. That, well, I have ADHD, but there are lots of people who process out loud who don't have ADHD. So they might not go on the tangents that I would go on to get to the point. And certainly I appreciate it when someone cuts to the chase, but I also have slowed my response to other people because my brain moves really fast um, when other people need to work it out. And some people just need to process it out loud. And I can tell you, just from what Carlos said, I immediately got physical arousal that was negative. And it was that if somebody tried to just get me to get to the point and didn't leave space, I would immediately revoke any consent I gave to them to go down that route because I just forget it. Forget it. We're done here. Right. So just a little feedback. I don't think that I'm an outlier in this. I think that there are a lot of people who need to process out loud. And unless you have stated clearly that you have a time constraint or that you um, need to have short answers for a particular reason, let them work it out loud and then take a short summary of it afterwards. But like David said, sometimes people will actually do your work for themselves once they start processing it out loud. What happens in our head and how we think in our head is so different from how it is when we speak. And I used to be in the corporate world, and I would always train my staff to actually say out loud the things that they wanted to have as responses to our guests in that facility. Because if they said it out loud, they'd be able to say it in their own voice, they'd be able to know it to be true, and it would be genuine, and it wouldn't be just this awkward response to guests. So I just wanted to jump in there because it did. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but my throat and chest feel tighter because I was just like, no, don't do that. Thank you.
I'll just quickly say then too, like Victoria, I get 100% what Victoria is saying, because one of the things I noticed as you know, a different type of a thinker, even, so if we take, for example, Victoria, what you're saying, and put it in terms of executive staff meetings for a church, and the pastor wanting to act like he's listening. And when he asks a question, the truth is he's looking for oftentimes looking for a certain answer, and does not want to hear rationale. And the way that you developed your idea or your thought, and so wants to jump to conclusion and then pass judgment on it. So I have that same reaction too, because I don't know what everyone knows about ADHD, but it's a hardware difference, not a software difference. Like our brains literally fire differently. It's a gift, but also has its downside. And so if people aren't willing to do the hurt, which it wouldn't really apply to this room, I don't think, but you ask a question and then a boss asks a question and they're not willing to actually think through with you, it's offensive, because a lot of them, they just don't want to admit that there's not a rationale for what they want. They just want what they want, and they want it now. So with that, I'll pass.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess street epistemology is not for me. I think that I feel that sometimes I want the answer and then the explanation, because I can easily get lost in the explanation if by good chance I reach an answer, right? And if I don't reach an answer, I mean, essentially, street epistemology is asking questions, but it sounds to me that it's also an implicit idea of there is no wrong answers, and that I don't. That's something I don't believe in. Like, oh, there's no wrong answers, right? So if I ask you a question and you give me a non-answer, when I mean an answer, something that is not related to the question, something different, I feel that it totally breaks the street epistemology approach, with the hope that the person will listen to itself and will think about it, and it will somehow say, something click on me now that I'm saying it out loud, and now I figure out, like, I got it. I know what you mean. I feel like that happens less often than more often, and that's where I don't know. I don't know how. Essentially, I feel like if I was gonna go street epistemology with someone, I will probably try to vet that person before trying it, and then say, like, yeah, this is seems like could be a good tool going with street epistemology. And if I don't feel like I'm getting good answers, I might say, like, maybe asking questions is not really the good tool to go with this particular person.
Carlos, I'm really fascinated by your response because, and just surprised that anybody would say that it's not for them. But I wonder what your motive is, because all of what you just explained of what is sort of negative to you is sort of what is a, I don't know, it's not basis of this of truth, but I don't know. I guess I'm wondering, why do you want a quick answer when every single thing that they say is an answer, right? If someone's responding to you, they're answering, and there's so much information in their answer, even if you asked for a yes or no, but and you didn't get a yes or no, you're still getting an answer. And I also wonder too, do you think that the answers have to be yes or no? Are you asking uh, those leading questions, or are you asking open questions where they are allowed? Like, let me say this: I think street epistemology, from what I know, just from listening to you guys, because this is my entrance to it for the last couple of weeks, is um, primarily open answers, and it's a way of getting people to think about how they think and what they know. And so asking questions that lead people to talk and think, and giving them as much space as possible to think, is the goal. The goal isn't to get them to change their mind, and the goal isn't to get them to give you information. But maybe I have this wrong. So I just want to know from Carlos' perspective, why having open answers is not what you consider street epistemology.
No, it's not that I don't consider it to be street epistemology. I'm just saying that it's not for me in the sense. So I guess coming back to what David's answer was, like, it depends on your goal, right? And a goal of mine is, if I'm asking questions to understand why these people think, right? And I ask him like, oh, why do you think this? And they answer yellow. And I say like, okay, well, what does that have anything to do? And why do you think that? And they answer chiropractic, right? Just some random information. Then I cannot pretend that I am sort of understanding their point of view, right? If the answer that I'm getting, the information, it's information, as you said, but that doesn't mean it's useful. And therefore, I'm not getting any closer to understand why this person thinks the way they do. Hence, I am claiming that in this situation doesn't seem to work.
Well, thank you for answering my question, and I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but if somebody's answering in such a random, absurd way, and perhaps you were exaggerating, I'm assuming you were, then I'm going to assume that they're not interested, right? That it's just not their bag that day. And you know, if it is a short answer that is clearly not done with some thought, and they're just being silly, then I'm going to say, you know, perhaps we don't do this today because, you know, presumably we've asked for consent or we have it some way. But and that isn't really what I got from the very beginning. Um, from your first question, it was more like you ask a question of why do you believe a certain thing? Why do you believe in astrology? And then they start from the beginning of the story because they're building up and they're trying to recollect why they believe in it, and they're telling you a story rather than saying I believe in it because, and maybe they had an experience, or I believe in it because I was conditioned to believe in it. That would be a straight answer, but they might not know that, right? And so to say, well, I don't know, like when I was little, my mom did this thing and blah blah blah, and you might think, that's not an answer, but it really is, because all those little things are telling you information that you can use not only about why they believe in astrology, but why they don't believe in other things and why they do believe in something else that's going to come up. And I guess the other thing too is the reason I'm fascinated by this is because when we're doing street epistemology, and I've done it a little bit without knowing what it was, just done deep dives with friends, is I learn more about me, right? Not only how I converse and what I think and why I think those things, but just in the things they bring up in their stories, because I can relate to some of their stories, or I can relate to a thing that happened to them and how it affected them, or how it didn't affect them and how it affected me. So I guess I would just encourage you to think about having, perhaps using it as a tool with a variety of motives and goals.
Yeah. So, but I mean, I was exaggerating, of course, when I was saying that yellow. But was it? Do you agree that an answer could be, if you ask a question, do you agree that someone can answer you in a way that it is not giving you useful information?
I maybe I'm old, but I don't agree with that. I don't agree that I can make that determination immediately. And I can always use that information because it tells me a lot about them. It tells me how engaged they are in the conversation, and it tells me a little bit about how I communicate it. So I maybe am using this as from a perspective of being a manager of a department. But if I'm not getting the answers, or they're not close to even being in the area of the question I asked, or in what I expect, then I will reframe the question, or I'll just be honest and say, I didn't expect that answer, and perhaps I didn't ask the question right, or I'm not being clear. Um, do you think you understood the question? And I might ask them to repeat it back to me to see how that was. So so yeah, I think there's always information coming at you. And if we're looking at growing through this and using this tool to help us grow, then that would be a way of making it interesting. And maybe it doesn't, it sounds like you really want information, and I'm not sure why you want that information. It sounds like you're going to gather information and then come to a conclusion instead of it being a process of discovery for both parties. And so you have seemed to be in here and know a lot about it too. So perhaps I'm not understanding it correctly.
Yeah, I think I am pretty much making a statement on not every answer it's equal. Not necessarily every answer will be the same value, will hold the same value, in the sense that when you ask a question, the question is looking for some information, and not all pieces of information are relevant to your question. So we can say, yeah, it doesn't matter what piece of information we answer, right? That we obtain is still valuable. But I mean, even if we granted that there is still some value, right? I still contend that there is more value on some answers than others. And I also contend that sometimes you get so little value from the answers that maybe asking questions is not the best way to go about uh, getting the information that you need, in a sense.
So
Just asking
So,
questions.
so
yeah,
this. Sorry, I just want to say, because it sounds like when you're talking about gathering information, it still is confusing to me because it doesn't feel like a conversation, and it doesn't feel that it's about the other person. It feels that it's about you and what you want and the information you want for some reason. And it's interesting because yes, you are correct. There are answers that we need that need to be straight. Like if there's a fire and I say, where is the fire extinguisher? I do not want to hear that the person is hungry and perhaps they should have nachos today because they haven't had nachos in a few days, right? Like that's not going to be helpful and it's not relevant to that situation right then. But when we're talking about somebody making a statement and then you asking them to back up that statement, there's more there needs to be space as I see it for some exploration and holding space for that person to fumble and get up. And I would say, because it seems that you're interested in it, I would say that there, I would like to see some of these guys with street epistemology uh, um, expertise to ask you why and to dig deep in that. That to me would be really interesting to find out where that belief comes from, right? So maybe you want to try it on yourself. I don't know, but that's fascinating to me. So sorry, Ty. I just
no, that was great, Victoria. So and I'm listening. And so Carlos, here's a and I'll tell you, here's a couple of statements that I think are useful to me, especially as I guess a former fundamentalist to say, but also as a person who I believe that people are the most important thing in the whole world. They're a treasure. So number one is this statement is I choose not to have contempt prior to investigation, because I think contempt prior to investigation is the source of many of evils, including discrimination, so forth. The other is, and it's this, to seek first to understand and then to be understood. So I'm trying to understand kind of your point on where you're coming from, and I need to do that. And I fail often on seeking first to understand and then to be understood. And often I fail because I'll be triggered, because the thing is like I lived you know, for first 10 years, I worked in chemical dependency counseling. And then the next 17 years, I worked as an ordained pastor. And so I would also seek to practice, you know, what I was taught in terms of what I could say. And so now, if someone offends my intellect, I might, you know, I'll respond differently than I might have when I'm wearing the title of pastor. So like, if we're in a conversation and we really are trying to use rationale and to think through things, and somebody is going to have contempt prior to investigation, I'm going to call them on it. So if they want, in other words, if they want to win me over on something, they need to be respectful and seek to understand what I'm saying, and I need to do the same to them. So I don't know if that's what you're saying, but I want to pause there and say, because I alluded to this, I met some fundamentalist atheists that were no different than fundamentalist Southern Baptists. They weren't going to win me over because I was at a point of, I want to know the truth as best I can, even if I don't like it. And if you're just, you know, what you believe is just because you're angry and you hate people who don't believe that, you don't have credibility with me. But like, I enter in this room and I checked it out last week and I'm like, okay, these are respectful, wonderful people. I don't think they'll hate me because I don't agree with exactly what they say, you know? So I'm assuming, here's an assumption I'm making, and assumption's the lowest form of knowledge. But I wonder, Carlos, like, I've experienced this, and I wonder if you've experienced this, where you're asking, no, the person you're talking to is not taking you seriously and they're messing with you. That's almost like what came to my mind on what you're saying. But I would hope you would not have contempt prior to investigation in regard to me, and I'll do my best not to have that with you either. So let me pass the mic back to you, Carlos, on that, and see if what I was saying, if I explained it in a way that made sense.
Yeah, I mean, certainly someone who's messing with me, as you said it, that will be an extreme situation. I don't necessarily assume that they are purposely not answering question, but I think that there is for some reason they are not, right? And contempt it's another example where I think that street epistemology might fail. I essentially what I'm saying is there are certain situations where I think that asking questions maybe not be the tool. A street epistemology may not be the tool. Or if you find asking questions a person who is a specific characteristic, what kind of tricks can you do, right, in order to ask the right question? That's why I stated, like, for example, sometimes I create a room and I made a rule where said if you've been asked a question, first answer the question and then give the explanation, sort of a priori, letting everybody know that that's kind of the rule that we were hoping for. I don't know if that answered your question. Talking about
Well,
answer the question.
I just like to know what kind of questions are you asking? Because it seems like perhaps you're asking questions like like I said, not every question or conversation needs to include street epistemology. But if I were in a room where it said answer the question, well, I'd have to work that, answer before you think. Then you may be in a room with a whole bunch of people who are mic'd the whole time because they're thinking, and they'll never come to the answer. Never. They'll never come to the answer because they won't be able to process it out loud. But what kind of questions are you asking? Are you asking the questions that are asking about someone's belief, and you think that they should already have those things already figured out in their brain, ready?
No, not necessarily, but I do think that it doesn't matter the question that you ask. The intent of a question, it's like having information, right? Even if we're asking questions with the intent of the person to analyze its own beliefs, right? Having the other person in mind and being have like empathy, as was brought out, like You're asking a question, but the question is not just a random question. You're asking a question, and you think about a question. What will be the right question to ask to this person so that they can question what they believe, right? It's not just a random question. And if
Right.
you
So can you give
structure,
an example that's not absurd? Like, obviously, you've been through this a lot. I'm just wondering if you can give an example that isn't the absurdity that you did before, because I'm having trouble understanding why you expect somebody to know the answer to the question if they've never explored that before, right? And so perhaps I'm just not on the right page with you. And if you can give me an example, I might be able to totally.
If you want to, Carlos, just shoot a question at me and I'll try to give an answer without an explanation. If that helps, it'd be fun. It may not be a good answer, but I'll try. If you want.
okay, so did you voted for Trump?
Thank you. Hell no.
There you go. Straight answer, straight answer. You see?
Yeah.
But if I ask you that question and then you tell me, well, I mean, it was like the guy, he meant what he said, and I'm not saying that he's a good guy, but when you hear him speaking, he wasn't a politician, right? He wasn't a politician, and I like that. And well, but there's things that I didn't like, right? And people say that he people say that he's a racist, but if you think about it, right, he's not really a racist. He's just speaking his mind, and you can keep on
Right,
going and
right.
not
Yeah.
answering the question.
So Carlos, I just want to be very clear with you. I am so on board with what you just said about if I ask a question to somebody about an action they did or didn't do, and they haven't had a brain injury subsequent to the action, I expect them to be able to answer it immediately. And this was a pet peeve of mine at my office, right, with my department. And clearly, when they can't say, no, I didn't do it, I'm going to assume they did, right? So that I totally understand your frustration. I fail to see how that is the same as street epistemology, which is a belief. They're talking about, do you believe that Trump made a good politician? Oh my God. I, maybe not. Like, that's when they need to figure it out, because to say no is definitive, and perhaps they supported some of his policies or some of his actions. To say yes is definitive, and perhaps they don't. And so that's where um, there's a difference. But even then, I'd go so far as to be able to say that most people could say yes or no, and then they'd have to back it up. But if you ask somebody why they believe something or how they've come to that belief, and they say, "Did you vote for Trump?" Yes. Do you believe he makes a good politician? Yes. Those are ones that I'd get frustrated if they didn't answer. But if you say why, and then they go on this rambling, that's where I think, or as I interpret it in my newbie brain here, that's where I think street epistemology comes into. So I think that by you being able to maybe separate action and even thought from why someone thinks something
Uh,
or how they came to believe that, those are the questions that you let people ramble. Did you or did you not do this thing? That they need to answer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not claiming that street epistemology is not gonna be helpful in every case. I'm just saying that there's particular cases where this could be the case, right? And
Exactly.
if I ask you, if I ask like an open question, like, do you think he was a good politician, right? Then I feel like you can still give a non-answer about it and talk about like all sorts of things, and you cannot answer the question if it was good or not. Uh, certainly you can say, do you think he was a good politician? Say yes right away, and then explain it, and that will be, you know, my favorite thing for someone to say. Yes, and this is why. Um, and essentially, my point is, if you can pre-train the person that you're gonna ask questions on what would be like a useful way to answering, although I'm just saying like it could be a possibility of a good way to ask someone question. If I say, Victoria, you know, I'm interested about your opinions, I'm gonna ask you a few questions, and do you mind like answer it in the following format? And if you're open to that possibility, I feel that that will be useful for me, right? Maybe not so much for you, but at least for me, in order to understand you better. And I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. I mean, it could be an efficient way, but it's just a matter of opinion.
Right, yeah,
Um,
exactly. I just wonder why this is such a need for you. I get it with the you know, did you vote, right? Did you vote for Trump if they've consented to answering that? The whole, do you think Trump is a good politician? Well, I wouldn't be able to answer yes or no to that because it also depends on your definition of politician, right? Because in some way I think he actually was when you think about the stereotypical negative politician. I mean, he did everything right to be a newbie and get to the top spot, right? Do I think that he was a positive influence on the country? No. So, so I think sometimes when people are asked those kind of questions, they're sensitive about how their quick answer will be interpreted, especially by someone who thinks as fast as you do, and you want to get the answer, and then you want to go on to the next one, and without the nuance, right? And I think that nuance is often missed a lot, and especially on this app at times. And the nuance is what people are leading up to their answer, right? Because they want you to understand what they mean when they say yes. Because my understanding of what a politician is might be different from what your understanding of a politician is.
So, a short comment to to what you were saying, Victoria, and Carlos. I want to say this. So, like here in Texas, and especially me being ordained Southern Baptist, so when people just come right out ask that question, did you vote for Trump? Often, this is what I've experienced is they do that so that they can immediately have contempt prior to investigation as to why. Now, I'm not saying that's your intention in saying that, but they don't. The truth is it's all emotional. They've got emotional reasons. Like I've even been called demon possessed because I didn't vote for Trump. I could go on down the list, and so like that tells me it's not the reason you use that illustration, but I'm saying I know good people who went down if you're familiar with QAnon, the QAnon hole, that they literally believe that if you didn't vote for Trump, you are anti-Christian, anti-Christ, anti-freedom. And so, like, if somebody's going to ask me that question, I might pause and say, "Tell me why you're asking that question that way," because I want them to disclose their discriminatory attitude, you know. So, but I do see where I think you're asking for transparency and honesty, and I'm there. It's just I know, like with that particular question, that depending on the media people have consumed, they're not looking for rationale. They're looking to discriminate and condemn or threaten or whatever. So anyway, that was supposed to be a quick comment. Sorry about that.
can I chime in? I'm back. And, so I think the difference between the approach, you know, you have, Carlos, and Mike, you know, the people that are more in line with you know, getting a point across and proving it and getting it over with almost, is we have a program, right? We have some some sort of software that has a logical trajectory. Not even logical. It's a habitual thinking patterns, right? And so when we have an agenda, and that agenda is directed by these patterns, these neural patterns that we have permeated in our lives. And when we encounter somebody who doesn't have those patterns, we want to, we get frustrated because we're trying to impose these patterns onto others and say, no, it's a yes or no answer. Because that yes or no answer line of questioning is going to get you to the outcome you want, right? And even if you don't want it, it's the path that you're used to taking to find meaning. So what street epistemology practitioner does, in my understanding, is abstract yourself from your own patterns and allow the other person to flourish, right? You're actually helping yourself, and probably, first and foremost, helping the other person find these neural pathways that have been permeated, right? So if we always answer yes to, do you like apples? The day that you don't like them, you're gonna find it really hard to say no, because it's so ingrained in your psyche, right? So these neuronal pathways are like, paths in a forest. The more you tread on them, the easier it becomes to walk on them, and the less you tread on others, the more the jungle covers it up, and you can't go through them. And that's I think a big challenge for humans, to change habits and patterns that we have. And that's why I find street epistemology such a huge challenge, and why people embrace it so much. What I wanted to say earlier is the three dynamics that we find in human interactions, in arguments and discussions, right? And so you have the first one is opposites, right? Against. That would mean I have a direction that's opposite to your direction, and the strongest power is gonna overtake the weakest one, right? So the outcome So the outcome of that interaction is gonna be the stronger one is gonna beat the weakest one. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong, if you hold the truth or you don't. If you're on an opposing dynamic, the strongest person, whether it be because they yell harder or they have strongest arguments or whatever it is gonna win, right?
Or if they are moderator.
What?
If they are moderators. If they have the green badge.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happens all the time on Clubhouse. The moderators will just push people to the gulag, or just say it's my room and I decide how we handle this. The second one is in spite of. So I'm gonna just speak and share my ideas, and I'm not really gonna listen to what other people have to say. And the other person is kind of doing the same thing. We're talking past each other, right? That's called in spite of. The first one was opposition. The second one is in spite of. And the third one is with, together. So what happens is, and this is taken from the philosophy of Aikido, right? What happens is you might have in spite of, or you might have opposing. And what you do is you find that vector, that direction in which the other person is going. You align yourself with them, and you see, okay, now I see what you mean. Now I see where you're going. So now I can, either, I can interact with you, and I can journey with you to find hopefully a better outcome, in which I'm gonna, I might share my ideas, or I might stir your ideas in a direction that should be more profitable. And it's a together journey, right? It's not that I'm only stirring you; I'm allowing you to stir me. And these courses are taking us both into a productive conversation.
No, I mean, yeah, Alfonso, I mean, I agree with it, but I mean, would you say that there is value on the opposing one case and the, what was the other one? The second one, I forgot.
In spite of. So yeah,
Yeah,
this
in
is not
spite
a,
of an opposing.
there isn't, well, these aren't actually, what's it called? They're not hierarchical. We don't analyze these as one is best, right? It's what's appropriate for the circumstance, right? You might be in a position where someone's coming at you with a knife and you better pull out your gun and shoot them, because otherwise you're gonna die, right? It is a matter of force, and you might not have time to bargain. With in spite of the same, you might just want to avoid that dodgy looking person across the street just because your instinct tells you they might not be safe, right? So you take your own direction rather than engage or try to use one of the two positions. But what I'm trying to highlight here is what the street epistemologist is trying to do. They have the time to spend and to invest with interlocutor. They have the interest in having this conversation rather than getting to a logical explanation now, because that's what I want, that's what I need, and that's what's gonna be best for all of us.
Yeah, I understand, but and I agree with you that I'm not proposing one on top of the other. Actually, my proposition is a combination of all the tools at your disposal, right? As a more sort of general approach, right? I mean, you can have all. Why not try all of the tools on your arsenal versus just one?
So
Unless that one is
my
the best.
question is, why are you calling it an arsenal?
It's just a metaphorical, just to say like all the tools that you have to go to this
So,
this
so am I hearing like, yeah? So why don't we call it in our toolbox, right? The moment you bring
toolbox.
in arsenal, yeah, and that, and it's just my ego speaking, right? It's just me going. I think me having this. So I'm identifying there's a position in our communication right now, right? You're you're bringing up something that perhaps triggers my way of viewing things, and so now I'm gonna see how I can yeah, it's what we were, what I told David when we first started working on these rooms. I would start kind of asking people. I would start asking people to kind of follow the dynamic that we were creating in the room, and David was just, and so because he's got practice, and he didn't create this dynamic of opposition, or I need to moderate you, I need to hold you back. So it's right now it's a very self-critical way of viewing it. So yeah, the fact that I pointed out, you called it an arsenal. Yeah, I'm just analyzing where my mind is right now. So if I was a street epistemologist, I wouldn't have said this is where you are. I would have asked, why do you mean by arsenal, perhaps, right? And how effective do you think this mode of communication is for you, rather than basically getting?
Yeah. Well, your mind is one place, but your heart is in the right place, Alfonso.
Carlos, you seem to have shared some frustration with the responses you were getting in your rooms, and it led me to assume that you felt that they weren't going the way you wanted. But I just wonder, do you find that your rooms are successful generally, and that these are just tiny little uh, nits that pick at you, or are you trying to uh, make your rooms better?
So there was a particular question that I had for several months, actually, that I've been posting to several people, and to be explicit, it was a math question, right? And I was posting it for physicists, and it just drove me crazy that I just wanted an answer to the question, and it's not like I wasn't asking them to solve a very complicated and difficult question. It was just a very simple question that in my mind everyone should know. Like, if you're doing physics, right, like you should know this. It's like if you ask a let me just put it this way. It's like if I ask a doctor about, like, um I don't know, what is the
Well,
name of the
let me just jump in here, because when you say it's an answer that all physicists should know,
yeah.
I can accept that. You just went on now to explain it. You're doing what you don't want them to do, right? As if I didn't trust you, but I gave you no
What?
indication that I didn't
Okay, sorry,
trust.
I
So
don't
if
think
you think that they should, if you
I,
think that they should know the answer and
yeah.
you're not getting it, I wonder why you're asking so many people this question.
Well, it's because a specific person brought this to me, right? And this question, it's ridiculous, right? I mean, let me put it this way: a physicist made a statement that, from my point of view as a mathematician, it's a ridiculous statement, just something that doesn't make sense from a mathematical point of view, right? And it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous, right? But I was posting this question to other people, right? Because I just wanted to sort of, you know, sanity check myself about my belief, right? So asking the person, and then they don't answer, they give no answer, and I ask another person, and gives this huge explanation about, like, wave functions and how quantum physics works and everything, and they cannot answer the most basic question that they should be able to answer. And I ask a whole bunch of people, nobody seems to be answered in all these physicists with all these credentials, nobody's able to answer. And I'm just like, to the point that there was a guy who came in, a physicist, very knowledgeable seemed to be the guy, but he told me direct answer to my question. Like, he said, Carlos, that question is ridiculous, right? This is you're right, this is the way it is, right? And that's just a ridiculous question. Nobody really considers that even a possibility. And I was like, you're right. Like, I've been asking this question to so many people, trying to check my own sanity. And at the end of the day, is like, why was it I even questioning this? It's just so obvious. And I was questioning, and it was so frustrated that nobody was able to, like, sanity check it with me. I don't know if they don't I don't know. I don't know if they don't know. I don't know if they don't understand the question. It's just like, it was frustrating. But then
Well, I think that,
that's where the question kind of comes to me and say, like, you know what? Like, what asking questions is a good thing, but what about, like, posting like statements, and when you're talking to someone posting statements and saying like this is and these, or just like making assumptions that you feel comfortable, and try to take the conversation to different places that you can take them without street epistemology. Of course, it all depends on your goal. I agree with that. It's all dependent on your goal. I'm just thinking that street epistemology has some boundaries, and I'm just saying like, why don't we open these boundaries to more ways to go about this epistemology exercise, not just asking questions?
Okay, I have some thoughts based on the question you asked earlier and the scenario, and I want to make sure that you're okay with my feedback on my perspective on this conversation. Would you be okay if I gave
Yeah,
you
go
what I
ahead, Victoria. Totally okay.
okay, yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Both times when you talked about the physicist and when you talked about questions, you went around and around and around without you cutting to the chase. Once you cut to the chase, like the answer to the question, did you vote for Trump? Then everybody jumped on board and said, yeah, I'm with you. So, and again, when you said it yourself, you said, I don't know if I'm asking the question right. That's a great question to ask yourself. I see from this long conversation that we've had that it appears to me you haven't been transparent with your motives in both cases, and that both cases you were looking for confirmation bias. And that is, I wonder if you had said, and maybe you did, but if you had said to the physicists, hey, I have a physicist friend, he said this about this, I don't think from a mathematical point of view it's this, what do you think? Right? From what you said about answering questions, and then you gave absurd fictional examples instead of the real example, it led me to believe, and would be more than happy to be wrong about this, that you weren't transparent when you were talking to these physicists outright, saying, am I wrong? I'm just checking my sanity here, as you were honest with us. And if you were, great. But it seems that we've been having to draw out that transparency from you because you're looking for confirmation. You're not actually looking for the answer. You kept saying, I want to check my sanity, not I want to know the answer to the question, right? You were looking to be right. And in a small way, that's what I was feeling at the beginning of the conversation about, well, shouldn't I just be able to demand an answer and then you can explain it later, right? And certainly with some actions, yes, you can. But for this, I'm assuming from the conversation that that is what you were talking about, right? And and perhaps the answer is no, you can't do that. And perhaps part of that answer is because of the way you asked the question. So I think that that really depends on it. But I would just say, and I say this coming from a place where I had to do this for myself years ago, is really look at, am I trying to find the answer or am I trying to be right? That's and street epistemology to me, on a separate note, is completely not about I. It's about why that person, the other person, not about the I. So I do think that they're separate things, it's great to discuss them here because it's good to compartmentalize them. But I just think perhaps you'll have better luck if you are more transparent earlier in the conversation. When Rome was speaking about consent earlier, he brought in consent in other aspects of our lives, including sex. And so when Carlos, you asked, what do you do if they're not comfortable? I would pose it to you, what do you do when they're not comfortable in other ways? You stop, right? And you either ask again, do you want to continue? Because they might be uncomfortable and still want to continue. Or they might say no, just as we would with sex or anything else, right? You just don't push through for your own thing saying, I've started this and I'm going to get to some place. So I want to put it out there that, yeah, if somebody's uncomfortable with something, great to check in and say, hey, I'm getting the impression that you're uncomfortable with this. Do you want to continue or not? Give them the space. And I would also say, from someone who has had this happen to them, that then don't just stop the conversation and exit the room or anything. If it's somebody you know, just continue, just switch gears like you would in some other things. Sometimes I've been with friends too, and we get onto something dark, and then we realize, ugh, I don't want to talk about this. Maybe it's murder or something like that. And then you go, let's talk about something else. Have you eaten at some new place recently? You just do small talk until it starts again. So certainly, if someone's uncomfortable, you've got to stop and reassess.
So, Alfonso, would you say then that what you're saying is that if someone is uncomfortable or you're not facilitating them to reach or understand anything, would you say that you would stop?
I think that's often what happens. People, you see that your interlocutor gets uncomfortable, and you allow them to part ways.
Sorry, I got a call. Can you repeat that 10 seconds, what you said?
Yeah. So you might find that your interlocutor is feeling uncomfortable, and it could be that that they're the questions you're posing or the idea, or maybe it's just a bad day for them. It's not a moment they want to engage, right? One of the toughest encounters that I think I saw was the one with Mark Solomon that we talked about in this room, where the man said, my son died, and having God there gives me strength, and he continued with the conversation. But when Reed and Anthony and the people analyzed that on video, they were all very shocked and they were amazed that you could continue. But I think it was a bit of a consensus to say that could be a point where you might stop and say, if you feel like the person is not comfortable being challenged, and so the conversation wasn't about necessarily making him stop believing. It was about analyzing where his beliefs came from, right? It wasn't to, just pull a chair from under his that he was sitting on or something.
We should probably add the fact that Mark Solomon comes from a background of professional clinical psychology, so he may have a better read on what somebody else is kind of going through in their brain, where we may not be able to tell as easily. But I've been listening to all of this and just kind of this has been a great discussion, and I hope everybody is getting value out of it. But I think that going back to the original question that Carlos brought up, which was, how do we deal with people that don't answer the question that we ask? And I sympathize, or I empathize with you, Carlos, about that, because that often happens to me in some of my conversations. I in my own mind, I'm thinking sometimes, if they'll only answer the damn question, we'll all get to some better understanding, and maybe they won't believe what they believe anymore. Um, if I can only have, if they'll only answer the question, we can get to some progress. And that comes up with me a lot. But at the same time, what's more important for me to have an answer to the question that I ask, or is it more important for them to examine their epistemology about the claim that they have, or is it something else? What we keep going back to, what's the goal here? Um, and it might be for you, Carlos. Everybody has their own take on how to use street epistemology. There's not, a hard and fast step-by-step process that everybody has to go through. You can make it your own, um, depending on what your personality is like. And uh, you know, street epistemology is not foolproof. Um, it only works with sincere and honest conversation partners. If I run into an insincere interlocutor, I end the conversation nicely and I move on to somebody that is open to being honest and sincere with themselves. Um, I, I try to come from a place of removing my ego from the conversation. Uh, a lot of times, my goal is to not necessarily get the answers that I want, but just to have them think about the questions, even even afterwards, after we're done talking. Having that pebble in their shoe so that they can think about it later, and that's kind of where those puzzle pieces come from. They give them out after uh, the first conversation so that it reminds them of that conversation later on, and they can think about it on their own, so that they're able to examine their own epistemology in their own time when it's comfortable for them. Um, that's another thing. I've mentioned modeling. You want to model the behavior that you want them to have with you. And maybe to get down to it, Carlos, if you're looking for ways to kind of handle uh, a situation where they're just not not answering the question, one thing that has helped me is I'll say something like, maybe I can rephrase the question and then rephrase it in a different way to kind of bring them back to what your question's all about. Um, and uh, I like what Victoria said about facilitating. We're creating the space for them to examine something on their own and taking our ego out of that. I was going to ask though, Carlos, if you've ever considered, and maybe you've done this, um, and this would also have to be with full consent, like we do here in this room. But have you ever considered maybe recording the conversation and then going back afterwards and listening to the way you carried yourself in the conversation and maybe take note of what has been successful, I guess might be the right word, depending on what your definition of what a successful room is. That has helped me tremendously to go back and listen to myself ask the questions, and sometimes I'm shocked at at how I handled myself, for better or for worse. That would be maybe a recommendation that I would give you so that you could improve the rooms and the conversations that you're in. I don't know if that's helpful, but I've really enjoyed this uh, this conversation that you all have been having. I hope it's been helpful for you guys.
It's been great. I'm sad I couldn't engage earlier. It got hectic here. Like I said, I had to cook and then wash dishes forever. It took me like 2 hours to wash these dishes. It was ridiculous. Um, but I think this final bit I enjoyed a lot. I just want to thank.
Yeah, David, I think it has never occurred to me. I wouldn't say never ever, but I guess I don't know. Are you guys recording right now? I thought it was not allowed to record on Clubhouse, but yeah, sometimes I wonder, like, maybe I should record my conversations with other people and play it again. That sounds like a great idea. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, it kind of gives you more of an objective view of how the conversation goes. And as far as I understand, as long as you make it clear in the title that you're recording, I don't know if you can see it from where you are, but there's that red button with the record next to it.
Yeah.
That, as far as I understand, as long as you let everybody know that it's recording, we had that during the introduction with Early explaining the structure, the format of the way the room is being run. He also mentioned that the room is being recorded. Um, I, I, I could be mistaken about that. I hope I'm not. But that has really helped me because there's so much that you miss that you don't even know that you're missing, and you go back and listen to it, and it's like, oh my gosh, I totally missed that whole part of what somebody was saying, and I was listening the whole time. So you could pick up on some things that some other people have said that you miss, and also what you sound like yourself. So yeah, that's my take on that.
Carlos, I have a question for you. Why is it you don't want to, or you're not interested in becoming a street epistemologist?
No, I never say that. I'm just saying that what I'm saying essentially is these. You should try to use all your tools at your disposal to reach your goal, whatever your goal is. And if the most efficient tool is asking questions, just asking questions, it's a perfectly good answer for me. I have no objection. But if it turns out that asking questions and making statements gets you farther, right? Whatever your goal is, then why not, right? So pretty much, I was asking the why to be married to the question to married to a particular idea. Anyways, I don't like to leave after I'm the last person to speak, and I need to leave pretty soon. So whoever wants to speak next, I will listen and then I will leave.
Thanks for being here, Carlos. I appreciate your presence and your questions and your concerns. Um, you probably figured out that we have these rooms every Saturday, so you're welcome to come back. And I just want you to feel welcome in this room.
Yeah, I want to say
I
thank
just
you
want to
too.
thank you too.
Go ahead, Victoria.
Sorry. Thank you. I just want to thank Carlos as well for engaging because I learned a lot and I really appreciate his questions and answers and examples. It's been a great learning experience.
Yeah, Carlos is a regular here. He won't get scared away. He's one of our closest allies on the
Yeah, and I want to say thank you too, Carlos, for the interaction. And as a guy in the room that's not an atheist, I just want to raise this thought, because one question that comes up with me is, okay, is the agenda wherever I'm at, whether it's an atheist environment or fundamentalist environment or spiritual environment, what's the agenda? And um, I would hope that the agenda is the mutual development, growth, valuing of human beings. But I will also say that and David, you might know this, but the assumption of a Christian is that an atheist group's agenda is to expand atheism, not necessarily to expand, the well-being of humankind. And just like Christian fundamentalists, their agenda, often, hidden, is to convert you to their way of thinking. So I just want to raise that out there. That I hope that um, that my agenda is to add value. I'm thinking through it, but to add value, to show the dignity of all humankind, those kinds of things. Anyway, I just want to bring that up about agendas and hidden agendas. Interesting guy to look at is a guy named Bob Goff. So Bob Goff is if you ever heard of him, he's an attorney who made all his money, and then he went into philanthropic work, and it is faith-based. But he said this statement. He said that the moment there's an agenda, it's no longer love. And I've thought, wow, that's powerful, because as a fundamentalist Christian, we always had a hidden agenda. And it's also a question I have of you guys. Do you have a hidden agenda? Because you probably, because I took an honest search myself and was willing to become an atheist, and didn't get there. And I can share my personal story, but I don't force anything on anybody. But I hope that your first and foremost agenda is not to influence people to become atheists, because I don't think that's actually what is best for humankind. Nor is it best for humankind that people become fundamentalists of anything. That's not good either. But the love and valuing the respect of human dignity, I think that's a pretty good one, and the well-being of all good-natured people. Let me put it that way. So maybe that makes me last, Carlos. So you can go, brother. So I'll pass the mic.
Thank you.
The Great Commission is what comes to mind, Ty, when you talk about the agenda of Southern Baptists or Christians in general.
Yeah.
And I come from that background, and so obviously, uh, the Christian's goal is the Great Commission to preach the gospel to every nation. And so from that standpoint, then it's reasonable to think that the atheist has the same agenda about about atheism. And so
Right.
it makes sense to the Christian that all atheists, or most atheists, have the same agenda. Um, yeah, from my perspective, you sound like a humanist. Would you call yourself a humanist?
No, not first and foremost. So that's a great question. Thank you, though. I appreciate that. It's funny because it seems like I heard that somewhere. Where did I hear that recently? And it could have been in last week. It could have been in these rooms. No, because I will tell you, without, it's too long of a story now, but human is depending on how you define it, I guess so. But no, I do, where I came out. Well, let me say, first of all, for me now, as a spiritual person, it's great commandment, not great commission. So my job, my goal, my purpose is to love God as the best I understand God, with heart, soul, mind, and strength, and to love my neighbor, meaning everybody in this room and everybody else, the way I love myself. It's not the Great Commission. So I don't know. I guess I'd have to make sure I clarify how I define humanist. But if it is to add value, I think people are God's treasure. Every tongue, tribe, nation. Interesting, Genesis 1:26 and 27, male and female made in the image of God, imago Dei in Latin. That to me is central. So yeah, I appreciate the question, David. I don't think, though, I do. So that's why I was asking about street epistemology. I think if your primary goal is to make the world atheist, I think that's the wrong goal. I don't think you'll succeed either. And that is in part because atheists get a bad rap. much of it wrongly so. The other part is, this is one thing I concluded, having really gone down the journey myself, willing to, I just want to know the truth, is the question is, when I meet somebody who says they're an atheist, I want to know, are they honest atheists? And by that I mean, an honest atheist is not someone who says that they know that there is no God. That's just simply not honest, because you haven't been everywhere in all of the universe to know that that's not the case, or to acknowledge that you don't know what you don't know. Now, if you replace the word with agnostic, then that's different. It's honest to say you don't know. So yeah, so that's kind of my question, even in with all respect, like, I knew this in talking to Victoria. She cared about me. She loved me. She didn't have an agenda, nor did I, other than to know, I want her to know, as my ADHD sister, that she's amazing, and that she has a great gift. I do think that. I think that, Victoria, that we need the encouragement, because you hear our stories, ADHDers, we've been through hell too. So in summary, I would say, David, if your agenda, and if the agenda is street epistemology, is just to make people atheists, I don't think that helps. But if it is to teach them how to think, and how to think more clearly, how to show respect, I think that helps. If it's to break the chains of fundamentalism, that's the greatest, I really believe that's the greatest danger to our world, is fundamentalism, whether it's political, religious, or whatever. So I'll pass the mic.
I call myself a Gnostic atheist. I say that I know that God doesn't exist, and I don't think it is disingenuous. And I'm not preaching to deconvert people from religion either. The one thing I do preach is scientific knowledge, because it has replaced, in my case, a path to answer questions that I was trying to answer through religion. And I was a Hare Krishna when I was a child, to the age of 8 or 9. I was in a boarding school for Hindu monks in India, and then I came back to Bolivia, where I live now, and I became a born-again Christian for about 15 years. And through studying scientific knowledge, I realized that everything that was going on in my mind, where I believed there were supernatural forces, angels or God asking me to, me connecting with God, to the point where I felt like God or this supernatural force was asking me to kill myself or kill someone else. And then being treated with a pill. And after that, studying why the brain does this, what happens in the mind for us to be so convinced that there is a supernatural, right? So I did find very reasonable answers to behavior and to the need for religion in humanity. And I found that people aren't concerned with God the majority of the time. It's a ritual that most of us, might have gone through. Most people are Sunday religious people. I think the only ones that are, a priest, a guru, or a Muslim are the people who engage in religion more than just 1 or 2 days a week, and not only once or twice a week, not only every day of the week, but 5 times a day, right? And what that does is it impregnates these belief systems into your brain. That's what I was saying earlier. Our mind has these neural pathways that have been reinforced through many years of going through them, and for people to leave those patterns, you either have to have been born, or in your upbringing have the skeptic mind. For people who left religion not because they had a traumatic experience or because they were convinced by others, but because they found it themselves. Or for people like me who suffered a psychotic episode, and I am also ADHD. I suffer from a lot of different mental issues, but I've been cured with a pill and not prayer, right? And yes, therapy and stuff like that. So that's why I call myself a Gnostic, and it's not. I know that God doesn't exist because I can find very reasonable answers, and it's my path. Like I said, I'm not trying to convince anyone because I know I'm not going to be able to. These neural pathways are very strongly enforced in people's minds, and I think what we should create is not losing belief or gaining belief. It's creating the right patterns in your brain to be efficient, to be productive, to be hygienic. There are things that go cross boundaries, whether it be through religion or politics or anything. People who have the right habits are the ones who do well in life, who can more or less control themselves and perhaps earn a living and function in society and do beneficial things for themselves and humanity.
Thank you for sharing, Alfonso. And you were heard, brother. And I do appreciate it. And I have a story too, what I would say, and I resonate with what you said, because what I now know is that the God that what I was taught anyway. So when we say God, what I was taught, that that particular view was incorrect. It doesn't exist, but it's to if we I can't make the Hitch would say this: you can't make a non-falsifiable statement and then go from there. So to say God doesn't exist, well, you got to start with, wait a minute, what do you mean by God? Are we talking about which God or whatever? But to say God, if defined as in divine or something beyond what we can describe or imagine or whatever, I can't make a non-falsifiable statement, say God doesn't exist in that way. But I'm identifying. Let me also say I identify with you, and I wrecked a motorcycle 7 years ago, and it was and went down some of the paths that you mentioned. So I understand. So the only thing I would say is like that what's really cool is that you can be in a room like this and show respect and honor of one another, and can learn together. And what I would say now, I'm not on the other side of my journey, but and David, you may find this interesting too, is I would say now is God is better than I knew, in my opinion. I think that my belief system is that all of us in this room are safe. We don't need to fear eternal forever hell. That's not the point. I think we chose this. That's my faith. It's not my fundamentalism. I think my belief is that I chose this, that I'm here to learn to love the way that was modeled, certainly in Jesus, and that kind of thing. And I got a long ways to go. I have complexities, and I know this has been being recorded, so there's some personal stuff I won't talk about. But I think that's why we're here. And love does something. It doesn't do everything, but it does something. It cares about the cup of clean, cold water to a child, and it cares about women living in in environments where all just the worst environments we can imagine. So anyway, I appreciate what you shared. That's my goal, is to learn to love the way that I understand Jesus did. And also, I'm not a fundamentalist any longer, where I say, but I would say this: my personal belief is that, uh, David, see if you can catch this, David. Okay, so but here's the end of the statement. So the word of God is inerrant, infallible, and when he was about 16 years old, he grew a beard. So my belief is that the word, or the logos, is Christ, not the Bible. I think that the message of Jesus got hijacked by Roman government and the alignment of religion and government. That's kind of where I come from. That's nothing to push on anybody or anything like that. So I'll pass the mic.
I just want to jump in to say that I think sometimes, even in atheist groups, there's a beliefs in what the words mean are skewed. because atheism is just simply the absence of belief. Anti-theism is the opposition to a belief in a God or opposition to God. Um, and I say that I fit in both sometimes, although I'm not opposed to somebody having private spiritual questions and even practices. I and in some way I think an anti-theist can be someone who's spiritual, because I see that in Ty sometimes. While he did quote some God stuff, um, his opposition to the fundamentalism is what a lot of atheists work with and towards, and therefore their atheism and the term gets skewed to being against religion, whereas atheism is just the absence of belief. And so I don't think you can be a fundamental or extreme absence of believer. Of course, there are extreme anti-theists as well, and that gets into rights violations and all of that stuff, because we can't take over the people's rights to think what they want to think. I think most people in general, even those who have a belief system of any sort, are opposed to people shoving their belief system down somebody else's throat, and that's where we get into those battles, and that's where fights start, where somebody wants to take over a country and say everybody has to do this practice, and people fight back, right? And that's where it gets ugly. But I just want to make it clear that for me anyway, and from what I've found in these groups on Clubhouse and elsewhere about atheism, is while there are conversations that are anti-theist, most atheists subscribe to not knowing anything. They just have an absence of belief because of an absence of evidence. That's all I want.
Thank you, Victoria. You were heard. That's well said, and I think it's important to define that. I know technically, at least this is what I was taught. I don't know that it's true, but so in theology classes, we were taught that theism, or meaning against, and then theist, theo or God. That's what we were taught. That's just passing that on. I do think it's important that um, anybody who chooses a title, that they define what that title means. Um, so I think that's great. So the journey I'm on, though, as being willing to go there, and I still, learning every day. But like, I feel like I'm not even at 1% of what there is to know, and it's an adventure. It's a joy. It's so fun. And and I'm gonna mention this, that I'm okay on time, but I did promise my.
Maybe in the meantime, we've had a couple of people join the stage in the last couple of minutes. I want to make sure everybody knows they're welcome to jump in whenever they'd like. It's popcorn style roundtable discussion, so feel free to share your thoughts if you just joined.
Hey, I popped on stage because I think I'm coming around to more of saying that I know that God doesn't exist, as opposed to positioning it as an absence of belief. I mean, it is in a way an absence of belief, but it's also I I believe that I believe that God not existing, my stance that God doesn't exist, and my choice to live my life as if God doesn't exist is the correct one. That it is true, and not just a by default I fell into this field. It's like more of a no. I mean, positively, I can say that maybe that I know that God doesn't exist. And I'm not sure that the lack of falsifiability of that is, I think that it is totally falsifiable I mean, it would be possible to falsify that by some direct evidence that God exists. So I mean, it's not necessarily a falsifiable or an unfalsifiable claim. And I think that there are, certainly in the levels of certainty, there's always that possibility that something exists that didn't consider, didn't know, didn't have the information to, and I might have to like reevaluate what I know. But I think I'm reflecting back on something that was said about there might be a cave and you might not know whether there's a bear in it or not, right? Like that you might be like, I without going in and checking it out, I can't know. But that's not really true. There are things that you could do to like figure out whether or not there is a bear in that cave to some reasonable amount of assurity that there is no bear there. And I'm kind of like that at that point with God. Like, I'm reasonably sure there's no God there.
So, Stephen, here's where I would have a question, but I would ask it to a fundamentalist. So, a fundamentalist Christian, for example, is I would say that one marker of a fundamentalist Christian is that they're going to claim that they know something they don't in fact know, and they're just not being honest about it. So they're saying when they say they know, they actually what they really mean is believe. For example, if they say that they know that if you don't accept accept Jesus exactly this way, that you go to eternal forever conscious burning hell. They say that they know that. My position as a person of faith, no longer a fundamentalist, is that that's simply a lie. You don't know that. So that's my same position for somebody that says that they know that God, however you define God, exists, and that it's just not true. You don't know that. And again, all due respect, and again, I'm not pushing that in a fundamentalistic way. I'm just saying, okay, be honest. You have not been to all places in the universe to know that, and why is that so important? Now, if you say that, depending on how you define God, well, I don't even know if I should go there. But my point is like anybody who says that they know something, that there's no way that they can know it. I'm like, I'll listen, but I just, it tells me that there's another reason and that, just like I would say the same to a fundamentalist Muslim, fundamentalist Christian.
The
Right.
interesting
Yeah.
thing, Ty. Oh, sorry, you got enough
I
now.
just want to. Sorry, I'm
Sorry.
kind of in between here in that. So I don't know that there isn't anything anywhere, but I have confidence that there's evidence that the gods as written in the books followed by the religions today do not exist as they are written. And therefore, all of the religions can be sort of, I'm going to cut to the chase, but forgive my awkwardness, but just sort of tossed, right? Having some spirituality or believing in that there might be something, and you've got the meditation and you believe that there's something, and you know that it's just your own belief, and that you're not saying you know there is something, and you're not defining it, because then once you start defining it, you start in a cult. So I can't say that there is not something somewhere that has some sort of omnipotent power or control. I don't believe that there is. I have an absence of belief in that, but I have the reason I lean towards anti-theism is the gods that they are written today. There is proof against those, and therefore that kind of triggers me when somebody's really trying to force that down your throat. And they're also very aware that somewhere else in the world there's another form of belief that's just as strong. It's kind of laughable at times, but that's when we're talking about that fundamental surety of this one particular thing, where there is proof that didn't happen, right? So anyway, I'll pass.
And I was going to say that, where Ty had said that what he disagrees, I was thinking in terms of street epistemology. The interesting question is really more along the lines of why do you believe you know that? You know, why is it that you think you know this thing, right? What's that thing? What's your epistemology? And that's the thing that I like about street epistemology is it's not just it's not really focusing on, well, your epistemology is wrong or bad. It's more like, well, how are you reasoning that? How are you coming to that? And what do we think about that when we think about how we came to that? Is that solid now that it's exposed? Now that we see why it is we believe the things that we believe? Maybe not as solid as it was before when we just believed a thing.
I love that. I agree. That's so well said, Stephen. You're right. And when I was on my kind of my transformation, this street epistemology helped me with that. Because it, it's my thing is like, and I'm still to this day, even with my friends who were very much the opposite of me on, like, say, politics and stuff like that. And they say, well, they say this really harmful thing. And I'm like, well, tell me how you know that. And and it's, well, I wrote, did you verify? Mm, well, no, but you just know it's true because that's the way those, whatever, I'm like, look, love you, but that, as they say in East Texas, that dog don't hunt kind of thing, and, so thanks for saying that. I agree with it. What I would just, my say, if, if I believe something, I want to say I believe it, but if I don't want to say I know it if I don't actually know it. I think the term know is really important, so.
Hey, hi, Stephen. It's quite rare to come across a strong atheist. So your claim is like that God doesn't exist. So I'm just curious, like, so do you view that as a belief or a faith in yourself, or do you think you have the burden of proof to, uh, you know, prove that such entity doesn't exist? Or I'm just curious to know about your thoughts.
Well, I think if you asked me last week, I would have been more like in the camp of people who said, I have a lack of belief. And I do, really. I mean, that was sort of how I came to my atheism was, wow, look at that. I don't actually believe in any of this. And I was surprised because I didn't come to that through some sort of logical conclusion that I saw. And so would have said that I was more of an agnostic atheist last week. This week, I'm thinking about street epistemology and how we know the things that we know. And I mean, you could take a really hardline stance that you can't really know anything is true, right? Because there's a whole bunch of the universe we can't even see. There's a whole lot of stuff out there that we could have no knowledge of. And we can't have perfect knowledge. So really, can anybody ever know anything? So you could like take that stance. Well, you just can't know anything. But I don't find that very like honest right now as I'm thinking on it. I'm like, no, there are things that I believe to be true, whether warranted or not, and that I would say that I know to be true. Now, there's a question of how well do I know it to be true? How strong is that knowledge actually? But I'm looking at it and going, I don't treat atheism like an agnosticism, right? It's not like oh, gee, I just can't know. It's more of a, yeah, I said, I don't believe God exists, really, at all. And I am comfortable enough with that knowledge to say that I know that God doesn't exist given what I know currently. Now, can other knowledge come up that would tell me that I was wrong? Yes. Yes, it could. But for now, I'm going with, and it's better to assume, or it's more reasonable to assume God doesn't exist. To take that as a knowledge stance, like it's reasonable to assume that gravity is a thing and it exists throughout the universe, despite my inability to see the entire universe.
Yeah, and are you done, Stephen?
Yeah, that's where I'm like trying to like say maybe we need to define what we mean by no, and by
Yeah,
no doesn't mean that I have omniscience. No
yeah,
means with my limited abilities, I would say I know sufficiently this to be not true to live my life as if it were not true.
yeah. And I think I push it even for. I mean, I'm very much with you. Probably a couple of months ago, I did call myself an agnostic atheist. We had a bit of a consensus in this club. Most people said, yeah, agnostic atheist is a safe way to go about it. But, just analyzing my epistemology, like you said, led me to redefine it and say, no, I know God doesn't exist. And it doesn't, like you said, have to do with me having access to all the truths of the universe. But more than that, it's the way humanity has evolved. So if you look at, people who studied the evolution of religion, of rituals, of how these belief systems appear, people who study and all scientific practices, all scientific disciplines are pushing, this ancient notions, because it's not one notion, right? It's many notions of gods, and I've been exposed to many of them. Like I said, I was a Hare Krishna, so I know the Hindu perspective of, the Advaita Vedanta, where you don't have a personal God. God isn't a person, which is a progressive evolution for many other people who start to question and see how can you have a conscious entity without a brain, or is the universe a brain, and our planets or stars neurons? You try to come around with a argument to have everything that science has now been able to measure and see with the tools that we've come up with, right? And we've broken dogma, all these set beliefs that, right and wrong, right? I think as a metaphor, if not as an actual way of showing this, Einstein's theory of general relativity shows us how my perception is completely different on Earth as it would be on another planet or another part of the universe, or riding on a rocket. Then your perspective just changes the whole situation. So you cannot have an objective morality, an objective anything. With that said, we do have tools that allow us to measure the universe and the world around us quite objectively. And we're pushing this notion of, before a person, a God, an entity that's very anthropomorphic, further and further away, because now we understand the dynamics of nature. We understand how trees grow. We understand, and I think very well how there's these arguments we don't understand consciousness, and I've had these talks on Clubhouse, and it's more of a myth that we don't understand consciousness. Neuroscientists are very well into understanding how our brain works and what parts of the brain. And it's fascinating. I'm running rooms on this, on neuroscience, on the brain, on psychology, on evolution. I have many members, and the more you dig into it and see how objective tools that measure reality are showing that you don't need a conscious force acting on it, right? Not even from a creationist perspective, not from a creationist perspective, and even less from some perspective of having a coherent force that is actually managing the universe and creating these rules and laws, right? Where did you come from? Yeah, it's a reproductive process. It's billions of years of evolution. When you come to understand what, think about what 100 years is, right? And then just add a zero to that, what 1,000 years is, and then 10,000, and then 100,000 years, and then a million years, right? And then add 3 zeros to that. It's mind-boggling the time scales that we're talking about. There, we're actually being able to estimate with great accuracy. So, this journey is taking me more and more to a Gnostic position on we're alone in the universe. And not to say that, probably a billion light years away, there might be another planet that has life, but the statistics show that it's not very likely that we can come into contact with them. So the more I think about it, and the more I use objective, realistic tools to assess this, the more and more I'm convinced, and it has to do with what I said earlier. I'm permeating, I'm impregnating the neural pathways that are supporting my beliefs, my thoughts, the way I'm treading on those paths, stronger and stronger, which is, leading me to this position. And I think my experience is not different from someone who believes in God, from a very knowledgeable scholar of spirituality or religion, because we have the same brain, we have the same neurochemicals, we have the same experiences. And when a spiritual person comes to this realization of whatever they've studied in a sacred text, or when talking to other people, I'm sure they have the same experience I do. So I think the fact that we're all having the same experience kind of gives everyone the authority to say, I know God exists. And for me to say, I know God doesn't exist. And I will, fight to the death probably, because my personal experience in life has pushed any notion of God, of a conscious entity outside of our reality, far away from what we can even conceive of.
I had a quick question for Stephen, and I know Rishi asked the question, and I want to give him the opportunity to respond to Stephen's answer to his question. I appreciate Alfonso's comments. Thank you so much. But I have a quick question for Stephen. You said something changed between last week and this week, and I was wondering if you could maybe touch on that a little bit. I'm interested. What changed for you, and how did that change come about?
I spent a week on vacation. Had free mind. I don't know. I was mainly. I don't even know if it was like in the last week. It might have just been today. I was sitting here thinking about street epistemology and how epistemology is how we know what we know. Like it's around that. Like how do I reason that what I believe to be true is true? And how do I know that? And I was thinking about that and going, I don't interact with the world with doubt. I don't come to it with any doubt that I'm wrong when it comes to the existence or non-existence of God.
Yeah, from my perspective, it sounded like just from what you were saying that last week you were leaning more towards agnostic atheism, and this week you're leaning more towards Gnostic atheism.
Yeah, I would say my position hasn't changed as far as like I haven't reached some new conclusion that has given me a deeper trust or a stronger belief. I am just looking at what I had said in the past and going, I'm not sure that what I said in the past was completely honest. I think it's a safe thing to say, yeah, I'm agnostic atheist, right? Because then you're sounding more reasonable. Like scientists don't ever want to say they know anything. Because something will come up and then it'll be like, oh, you were wrong. And it's like, yeah, okay. So we tentatively know something to be true. And I would say I tentatively know that God doesn't exist to be true. Like, my mind is not unchangeable on this subject. There may be new evidence that comes out that convinces me. I don't know what it would be, but it could happen. Like say there was some sort of God experiment that was repeatable and verifiable, and I would have to go, dang, okay, that does seem to be strong evidence that God exists. I'm not sure that one experiment would do it, but if there was an entire body of like the what would be a good word for a science of theism, the theology. Yeah, well, okay. Let's say that there was some scientific approach to theology that we determined, and it brought results. And I'd have to at least go, okay, like I know that Einstein's theory of relativity is probably not true. It's just because it breaks down when it gets to the subatomic level. So we know that there's probably something more that we don't know there, but we can't figure out how or why. So, I mean, it's reasonable to say that it's provisionally true. And maybe I'll find something later on that makes me even more certain in a different way that God doesn't exist. But right now, I feel certain enough that I feel like it's more honest for me to say right now, just for me, that I know God doesn't exist. Now, we could examine how I know that, and that would be epistemology, right? And we could go, well, I don't know that your reasons for believing that are strong enough. We might have a disagreement on that.
What God are you talking about that doesn't exist?
So personally, I don't believe anything supernatural exists. I believe that everything is either physical or supervenes on the physical, that the physical is the underlying reality
And just
of
know you just
existence.
used the word belief to answer that question, not know.
Sure. Okay. And I know this to be true because I have made attempts to verify that something else exists and they have all failed, to the point that I feel certain enough to say that it's true that there is nothing supernatural that exists.
So what I
Is the
hear you
word
saying is that
supernatural?
you believe that.
I
That you
believe
believe,
that.
right,
Right.
but you
But
don't know it.
belief, knowledge. Well,
Right. And
yeah,
I'll give you an
but I mean,
example.
and that's where I'm getting to, you could split hairs, right? You could
Well,
say, well, you
here's
don't
what's
really
important.
know anything. It's like, okay, yeah, Jon Snow, you know nothing. That's fine. We can go with that. But to the extent that people reasonably say that they know stuff, I can say, I know that God doesn't exist.
And here's what's interesting about it, brother, is I came upon some fundamentalist Christians that know that the earth is flat as reasonably as you'll articulate yourself.
Sure.
So my
And
point
they
is
would have
this, is
reasons for
that,
why they believe that.
right. And I would say, as I know, so I would say in this way, that I know that when somebody claims to know something they can't know, they discredit their message and they're not heard. So what I'm saying is, don't say you don't know something if you don't know it in the way that it's normally used. For example, do you know what kind of car you drive? The name of it. When you do, you damage your message. And really, I'm just being honest. So I'm not going to tell you that I know that I'm right. I can tell you the reasons why this is my position on various things. But to say that you know God doesn't exist, number one, define God. Number two, have you been to every corner of the universe? It's just not an honest statement. And it's no more honest than somebody who says they know that Allah is God and Muhammad is his prophet, or that Jehovah is the proper name for God. You put yourself in the same position as those fundamentalists when you do that.
Well,
That
I
I
that's
think
know that I drive a Subaru.
perfect.
right? But do I really? How do I know it's not just a really good fake of a Subaru that was
No,
pawned off to me as if it were a real Subaru? It's like, I don't know
Yep.
that for sure. So I can say, I don't know that I drive a Subaru, but
So I also,
reasonably, I know that
before
I
we
drive a
go,
Subaru.
if you don't mind, and I wanted to address what Ty said. I think what I was saying about the experience of a person who claims the earth is flat and has all these neural pathways enforced in order to conform to what their community and their mindset is like is a very similar one to the one perhaps Stephen and I and everyone else on the stage probably is having, right? Whether we call it I know, I believe, we're reinforcing these systems. So I think I want to acknowledge the fact that we are having the same experience, and all I do is I just think that my experience is more valid, right? Just like a flat earther, and so I think this brings me, even before I came across street epistemology, or even before I started to try to embrace it, and run these rooms with David, that notion that it's a scaffolding in my brain and a scaffolding in someone else's brain that has different components that lead them to their epistemology leads me to say everyone's experience is valid, and I'm going to engage with every person, and I'm going to take the journey together with them to explore my own epistemology and their epistemology, and see if we can come to a valuable conversation where we can actually analyze whether my journey is more valid than someone else's. Yeah, sorry, Stephen. Keep going.
I think, Alfonso, what you just said is real important. That's why I want to encourage, because I want to encourage the part that just says that because we're one human family, one human tribe, and we're all learning together. So if someone comes to you and says they know that if you don't do this certain thing this certain way, that you're going to spend forever eternal conscious torment, worst breathing pain hell you can imagine, it probably doesn't open channels of conversation. And the source behind it, is them saying they know something that they don't know. And what I realized when I was in Turkey, I've been to 5 of the 7 continents. It's like, I'm meeting really good people they're great people, and some of them believe some really crazy shit. And the reason is that in part is because of their experiences. It had to do with where they're born and what they believe, but also self-humility. And so the minute that I start saying I know shit that I don't know, and I start imposing it on other human family members, it closes down discussion. So my position with you all is I have great respect for this room, huge. I'm suggesting, so it's my experience, that it's very wise to be careful about making a claim to know something you don't know, because when you do, you expand fundamentalism globally, is my position. Because you're giving them the same reason to say that Allah is God, Muhammad is a prophet, and if you don't agree with that, you're an infidel, and I'm going to chop your head off. And I'm going to say that most Muslims do not believe that, has been my experience. But the ones who do will chop your head off. So when you say you know something that you don't know, you're only justifying that they can do it too. But in their case, they're going to chop your head off for it. So that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you brought that up, because that's a topic that's really close to my heart. Having started this club, I've come across plenty ex-Muslims who suffer because of what you said, suffer the oppression of not being able to define themselves, not as atheists necessarily, but as gay, right? Having a different sexual orientation, and their lives being at risk because of that, and their lives being at risk because they hang out in this room, right? And but the reason, so one, I just coined another phrase, which is the most controversial one, but it illustrates what the point of street epistemology is at its core, and it's befriend Hitler, because you'll be able to save more lives that way, right? If I engage genuinely with a fundamentalist, murderous Muslim, and I'm able to genuinely engage with them and try to go through the path together with them, and just the fact that they can see I'm a human who they can connect with is already making a difference, right? It's already changing that dogma that says infidels or atheists or gay people are to be gotten rid of. So that's where my journey has taken me, and so I won't, I probably won't like we said earlier, I'm not going to be focusing my conversation in what I believe. I'm going to be focusing the conversation on their journey, on where they feel comfortable, and slowly take it from there, and see, and many times what happens is, if you're not actually pressing them and questioning them and telling them what they believe in, and preaching at them, right? You get people to really come to their honest selves and say, I actually do have doubts, right? I actually, it comes from them. You don't even need to dig it out. It's a fundamental journey that the human mind takes anyway.
That's well said, Alfonso. Thank you. I agree with you, and that's what I'm suggesting. Then is in your goal there, with what you said, is my suggestion is that perhaps it's better to avoid the phrase that that God does not exist, because again, I'm saying that when you do that, it gives permission for somebody else to say that they know that the earth is flat, or they know that their fundamentalist dogma that claims everybody else is infidels, is true. We have to elevate the word no. And I will say that, and again, this is a belief that I have that I can't prove to you, but I think that the world is in a precarious place right now, because the disinformation that is happening via English and the internet, has at its goal to get us to believe that we can't know anything, and therefore what we need is an authoritarian answer to that. I think that it's intentional, what's taken place to get us to doubt any basis of any fact of truth at all, and it's the world in potential great peril. And by truth, I don't mean, I mean even like, like you were making a great point, Stephen. How can you verify that your car is a Subaru? That's an important that's an important thing to know, because there is a lot there. So I just want to introduce that concept, is to say that for the mission of this room and to enhance the well-being of humankind, which I do believe is probably we all have, we have to be really careful to say assertion about what we know and don't know, because when we do, because that's the core of fundamentalism, is to claim to know to something that they don't know. And then for them, it means, okay, we can kill you over that. Okay, so I'll pause there, and I've got a family obligation coming up, but I'll try to stay listening into amazing conversation here.
So I
And
think
and I
with
don't
that,
know. Sorry, I don't know that I would actually like come out, make a straight claim that I know God doesn't exist in just any circumstance. In this case, I'm in a room talking about a street epistemology. And if I take a non-knowledge stance, where is the ability to examine my epistemology? So in a street epistemology situation, where if we're going to examine how do we know the things that we're going to know, I think I need to make that stance. I need to say, no, I know this. Okay, well, how do you know that? How does that, where are you at in your certainty of what you know? How important is it to you that this be correct? Those sorts of things would be things that you could then examine, because I took a stance and said I knew. But if I take a stance of I don't know and I just don't believe, then I present nothing to talk about the epistemology of what I know.
Yeah, maybe there's an in between there, maybe. And I know somebody else is going to say something, so I don't want to take that. But maybe there's an in between. I hear you, Stephen, and man, I wish I could just sit down with a cup of coffee with you right now too, because I'd like to get a long, hard look at your beard. It looks awesome in this picture, but you got a great mind too, brother. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to allow Victoria and Rishi. I just want to make a short comment. So the reason I wouldn't probably say I know God doesn't exist, the first reason would be because I know if I'm talking to a fundamentalist or even a religious person who has a strong belief, that's going to trigger them to start coming up. I mean, and that's just my experience on this club, right? People just come up with argument after argument after argument to say, how can you actually not believe if we have all this evidence, all these different arguments that completely throw away the atheist argument, right? That's the first reason. I don't want to go down that hole. I want to actually explore what they're doing. And so the conversations I try to have here is I go with their epistemology. I go with their line of thinking, and it does take patience. I used to, you know, I think, and we get a little bit lazy, right? We just want to get to the core of things, but this exercise of, nullifying the ego and journeying with the other person is what makes it valuable. Because I think that's what's more valuable. Victoria and Rishi, sorry.
Well, I just wanted to say that, like, and I get what Stephen's saying about if we want to go down an exercise of street epistemology, certainly we have to use the word no in order to examine something. This conversation where we are now has developed, and some of us who've been here for a few hours are incorporating a lot of stuff that has been discussed prior to Rishi and Stephen coming. So I get that they're just jumping in. But I try to avoid the whole I know thing when it comes to God, and I'm saying that in a broad term, because there are certain things I do know and certain things I don't. So my belief or non-belief, let's say, my absence of belief, and why I'm an atheist, is because I don't see any evidence for any kind of God. Paranormal activity and coincidence and all of that stuff doesn't necessarily mean that there is some ultimate power of any kind, whether it's a being or just some sort of, organized brain energy in the universe. So I haven't seen any evidence of that. So I have an absence of belief in that. I have a leaning towards anti-theism, using the God in the definition of anti-theism as the God as is written today in the books, in the religions that are practiced today. Because it would seem to me that over the course of my adulthood, I have seen more evidence against those books being true stories than I have seen any evidence for those books being of true stories, and the fact that they are built on one another and copy each other so much, and how there's a whole bunch of other motives behind the books. That's why I lean towards that. So I'm happy in some situations to say I know that God in that circumstance doesn't exist, because there's no evidence for it. And the purpose for the book was more about controlling a community than anything else. But I would never say that I know that there can't be one, because I don't know that, and I don't really know whether I care to know that. I always sort of try to talk about now. And certainly, like Stephen, if somebody said, hey, by the way, this particular phenomenon is caused by this alien thing that is like a god, even then, I don't know that it would be a god. Like, do cats and dogs look at us as gods? Do ants look at us as gods? Are we just insects to some alien beings, and our universe is their toy box, our Milky Way is their toy box or something? I don't know. Does that mean that they're a god, or does it just mean that there's higher life forms than we are? I don't know. So those kind of things I try to stay away from. But I'm pretty secure, and in general, I don't want to talk about it now necessarily. Pretty secure in that the stories in the books and the guidebooks, the manuals that are of the big religions these days, are that those aren't true stories, right? And so I think it's important for us to determine, when we say know what we know, we can also say, I know this, but I don't know this, but I believe this. It's okay to believe things. And it's okay for people who believe the stories in those books, as long as, and again, once again, I'm going to say it about everybody, don't shove it down somebody else's throat and don't kill people over it, right? I don't really give a shit if you believe something, as long as you're not killing something over your beliefs, right? Like,
Hey, I was just thinking about the idea of somehow like a knowledge claim that God doesn't exist as a justification to some other claims, for example, I think I pointed out was Earth is flat. So I mean, if we take for example, we know that doesn't exist. You may call it a belief, or you may call it a knowledge claim, but that wouldn't justify Earth is flat or religious fundamentalists either. So I think in that argument there is an implicit assumption that if one is true, then both of them have to be true. But we eliminate the possibilities of either one of them being true or both of them being false. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Rishi. I think so. I guess the thought here then is, if the purpose of street, like to state clearly, the purpose of street epistemology, I think is important. And then because I think one thing that it accomplishes is learning how to think well. It also shows um, the humanity. Somebody said this, I'm not sure who at the moment, but the humanity of other people who think differently than we do. And it builds unity among people. So I think that's a great thing. And it's like, anyway, so I apologize. I'm stuck. I don't know if you were here, Stephen or Rishi, but I'm ADHD that didn't. This is a day off for my medicine. So anyway, anyway, so that's my excuse if I don't make sense with you guys. So but I will say this: one thing I know that I do know is that I am married, and I told my spouse that I would go walking with her shortly, and I'm going to hopefully I can sign into this group and um, not dishonor my time with her. And here's just a random thought that I know. So here's a thought for all of us family is I know that it's important, I think, for me to be present with my family when I'm with them to the best of my ability. And a concern I have as a formerly trained clinician, I do get worried about the effect of social media on our immediate family members, like when we're connected to them, even though we're physically present, maybe should be doing stuff with them. I know it's a different topic, but I think it's a different illustration of the word no. And it's also just an honest expression of concern. With that, I'll pass. And I am going to, if it with my spouse, I'm going to try to listen in, or if she walks way ahead of me and I'm by myself, Thank you guys for your leadership, David, Alfonso, and everybody else, Victoria, for letting me know about the group. I appreciate it, and I hope to get to keep listening in.
Yeah, we're
One thing I just want
here.
to say, Ty,
Oh,
is I don't think that street epistemology is primarily for talking about religion.
Oh, cool.
I have never really thought that. In fact, most of the time when I'm talking to my friends and I'm realizing that I was doing something like this, but now I have better boundaries. And even when my husband and I are engaged, it's rarely about religion. Sometimes we come to beliefs about things, whether it's about the pandemic, right? Some people have beliefs that it's good to just examine, like, where did you get that information? Why do you believe that? And so I've never really felt that it was about religion, even though it's under an atheist group. So perhaps I'm wrong about that, but maybe David and Alfonso can let me know. But I've never really thought that it was. It might be the primary purpose for some people, but for me, it's a, a facilitation of thought that can be about anything. So
Can
anyway,
I
enjoy your
just
day,
say,
David.
wow, Victoria? Wow, because let me comment briefly to say I had, my best friend's best friend just tell me that he knows that the vaccine is the mark of the beast, 666, that the vaccine that I got was the mark of the beast. So thank you for that application, Victoria. And he said he knows that to be the.
Are you there, David?
Yeah, I was going to say the vaccine question is kind of the hot topic right now in the circles of street epistemology, and what you said, Victoria, is it's you're right. So street epistemology was born out of atheism, and most of the experienced street epistemologists will gladly own that and not deny that. It was coined in a book written in, I believe, 2012 by Peter Boghossian in his book, A Manual for Creating Atheists. And so it's true that SE was born out of the atheist movement, and Peter's book really focused on one epistemology, and that was the epistemology of faith and its reliability for knowing if something is factually accurate. Since then, it has really grown into the idea that you can use this for all kinds of claims, not necessarily claims about faith or claims about religion or gods, or even the supernatural, but it's really, and this is kind of why I'm here in this room, is to expand it into as many arms of thought as possible. Whether vaccines are effective or not, wearing whether wearing masks is effective or not. That's kind of the hotter topic right now. But yeah, it can be used to examine just about any claim, not just about the God claim. This is Atheism Club, so it typically goes into that discussion usually in these rooms, which is fine. But I think it's important to remember that the approach of street epistemology can be used to examine just about any claim. And I want atheists to use street epistemology. I want theists to use street epistemology. I want people that don't care about theism or atheism to use street epistemology on themselves and everybody that they come in contact with if they want to gain a better understanding of the claims that their friends are making. So hopefully that helps with that question. I appreciate everybody being here. So yeah, that's what I would say about that.
I appreciate that, David. I'll add quickly then, if that is the goal, because like Victoria really helped it click with me as like, oh, this is a big purpose. So the goal being, especially for the current time, is really important then to, I would say to my friends who also agree with street epistemology or the approach, I would say, please be careful about saying that you know something that because that's the very thing we're fighting against, is people claiming that they know that a vaccine is the mark of the beast, that kind of thing, and they're not bad. What I would tell you is I know some of these people. They're not just all stupid, bad, crazy people. They're not. I just want to add that we're more. Alfonso pointed, I mean, I could allude to this, but we're more influenced by emotion than we know we are. And I don't mean to demean anybody when I say that, because I'm saying it happened to me. Anyway, I don't want to waste time. So I just think we got to be really careful to say we know something we don't know, that we need to protect that word. Use the word belief, but anyway, that's my position.
Yeah, I mean, typically, a normal street epistemology conversation, the practitioner will not assert any knowledge. I'm there to help facilitate and examine the conversation partner's belief. It's about them. It's about their conclusion that they think is factually accurate. It's examining their reason. It's examining their epistemology. And so whenever we run into claims about knowledge, that's kind of going away from what SE is all about. You're one team, two partners on the same team, with the same goal of having a better understanding of the claim, the terms being used, and the main reason why the conversation partner is using, and how sufficient that reason is for coming to a conclusion that they think is factually accurate.
I have a question. So, do you think it's just addressed to the room? So, do you think it's better to have strong beliefs or beliefs that are more flexible, and why?
Who are you asking, Rishi?
Anyone, not pointed to anyone.
You're asking if somebody should have strong beliefs, or if it's better for them to have beliefs that are malleable? Is that kind of what you're asking?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. I don't know. What do you think is more honest? If somebody says that I believe X and I'm not willing to examine that, or be open to being mistaken, or do you think it's more honest for them to say I hold this belief, and there's no room for me to be corrected about it or mistaken?
Um, I mean, I've pondered about this a lot, but I've always remained confused on that point. There are times where I believe it's better to be flexible about beliefs, and um, but there are times where I think that it's better to be very strong with certain beliefs. So yeah, almost like never sure about that.
Yeah, it's something to
Can
think
I
about.
let me just throw in a quick one. My standard statement: belief itself is the great sin. And I try to operate on conscious assumptions, and I think I've succeeded in eliminating all beliefs. But I do have a number of assumptions that I am relatively committed to, but I'll dump them in a heartbeat if I find better ones. So I see no reason for belief whatsoever, including a belief there is no God. Because although atheism usually is, defined in the dictionary as having no belief in a God, what I find in most so-called atheists is a belief there is no God. And that's very different than the absence of a belief in God.
See, I was going to say my experience is kind of the opposite of that. Like, I'll find more atheists willing to say that they lack a belief in God, and fewer that are willing to say that they don't believe that God exists.
Oh, yeah.
Like they want to put it in a neutral, I'm not really making any claims here kind of claim.
Well,
And I think in doing so, then they're not allowing themselves to like examine their belief,
yeah,
right?
you've met different people than I have, so
Yeah,
congratulations.
yeah. But that's like where the majority of atheists I've met have been in the, yeah, I don't, I don't have a belief in God, and I'm agnostic about that, and that I don't believe I have proof that God doesn't exist.
Well, then why do we even have the word then? Why don't we? That's just a form of agnosticism. That seems reasonable.
Exactly. It
Agnosticism.
seems reasonable,
Yeah, yeah. But then
but
there's no point
I'm
in
not
using the
sure
word.
that it is because we're not examining it. That's where I was like, well, maybe we want to examine it and go, so why did you come to this lack of belief? From my point of view, I think not believing is the neutral, right? But many believers come from it from the belief in God as the natural thing. Everybody naturally believes in God until they just decide that they don't for some reason. But that they believe that the claim that God doesn't exist is the extraordinary claim and the one that needs backing.
Perhaps
Whereas
some of
the other end is to go, oh no, that something doesn't exist is the less extraordinary claim. And so a lot of our back and forth is around which is the extraordinary claim. And I don't think it gets anywhere because we come from different starting positions. Just where I was like, well, maybe if I'm more willing to say, yeah, I don't believe God exists, or I know, well, okay. So I'm also like, don't get too weaselly about the word know versus believe. And I do use like believe in there in certain circumstances, because if I believe something to be true, how does that differ from knowing it to be true? Right? I have reasons for my belief. What are those reasons? That's how I believe that to be true or how I know it to be true. Now, those reasons might be shaky, or they might be pretty solid. But if I'm not willing to examine them, I'm not going to know. So, anyway, that was where I was coming to today in my, maybe at least when it comes to epistemology, I want to go ahead and say, hey, I don't believe God exists. I know God doesn't exist. How certain are you of that? On a scale of 1 to 7. Pretty close to a 7. you know? So if it's close to a 7, and I believe that to be the true situation, then the question is, how did you come to that understanding? How did you come to that belief? And then what is the basis for your knowing what you know?
Yeah, and that's what street epistemology is all about. How how whether you say believe or know, the question could still be the same. What process did you use to to arrive at your belief or arrive at this knowledge claim that you hold? It's the same question. But I wanted to kick around this other idea that I've had that kind of ties along with this, and that's that famous quadrant that is, you know, agnostic atheism, Gnostic atheism, agnostic theism, and Gnostic theism. And I've historically been in the camp of agnostic atheism, meaning that, I don't hold the belief, but I'm not claiming to know. But if we think of knowledge being a subset of belief, would agnostic atheism and the agnostic part, would that be redundant? Because don't if we don't have the belief, and knowledge is a subset of belief, then it's meaningless to say that we also don't know it, because how can we know something to be true if we don't believe that it's true? So I don't know. I've been kind of kicking that around for the last couple of weeks, and maybe that might be something to kind of explore here.
Yeah, so that's an interesting thought. Knowledge is a subset of belief. Mm. Like maybe we can start with an example. Like for sure we know, like let's say sun exists, right? So that let's say we have two subsets, like two sets, knowledge and belief. So there are what 1, 2, 3, 4 possibilities that there are disjoint sets, or there is some intersection, or one is subset of the other. That goes two ways. I'm just thinking about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Is there anything that you claim to know that you don't also claim to believe? And if that's the case, then why even introduce the term agnostic when you're describing, like, if somebody is an agnostic atheist, is it redundant to say the agnostic part? Because if there's nothing that you claim to know that you don't also believe, then I guess that's where my question is. And if everything that you claim to know is also something that you believe, then why introduce the aspect of knowledge when you're describing your beliefs?
So I'm assuming this is, of course, like excluding the epistemological problem of sensory perception, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I
Okay.
guess my question is there anything that you claim to know that you don't also believe is true?
I don't think there is, but I think the distinction is made mostly because there are plenty of things people believe that they don't know to be true. Like they believe it to be true, but they have no evidence.
Yeah.
for believing what they believe, or their evidence is not verifiable or falsifiable, or it can't be tested. And
Yeah.
so we make a distinction that those are faith-based beliefs as opposed to beliefs that have some what earned opinion to them,
Yeah.
right? How did you earn that opinion? How did, it's like, okay, I mean, because it's come up sometimes in conversations with the faithful that it's like you have a faith-based religion. It just happens to be science, and I'm like, mm, you know, okay. I mean, I have faith in scientists aren't like constantly lying to me, or at least not consistently doing so, right? That I can trust a consensus of scientists who are experts in their fields to be not trying to put one over on me, particularly when it's a lot of them around the world from a lot of different backgrounds and different nationalities. And then I can go, oh, I have a greater trust in that knowledge. But I am like putting faith in the scientific community when I say things like, I know evolution to be true, right? Or I believe evolution to be true. And it's like, do you really? It's like, well, okay, I am not an evolutionary scientist. I'm not a biologist. This isn't my field of study. I don't really have an earned opinion here. So on what am I basing this knowledge? Well, I'm basing it on some trust in people who do have an earned opinion.
Yeah, and that would be a good opportunity to ask them what they mean by faith, because faith doesn't necessarily mean trust to everyone. And then, in addition to that, another thing that I've been thinking about lately is if somebody says, well, you just have faith in the scientists, like I have faith in the gospels, so to speak, my my response to that, and this is kind of going away from maybe an SE conversation, but my response might be is that it, I don't have faith in the scientists, depending on what you mean by faith, but I have faith in the methods that the scientists are using, not necessarily in the scientists themselves. Does that make sense?
It does to me, and I've tried to make that particular observation as well. That like if what we believe to be true is wrong, my faith is that the process will eventually out that, right? And if a scientist is wrong about what they believe, that the process will also eventually out that. That the whole process is one of continuous challenge to what we believe. And I don't know of a scientist who wouldn't love to have totally disproven some theory. I mean, even better would be have one to replace it. But I mean, coming up with that, I've got the absolute proof this is wrong. Well, that would be amazing. People want to do that, and they want to show how other people are wrong in science. So we're continuously testing that to some extent.
You're saying that the the scientific methods that are used, those are like a self-correcting method that doesn't necessarily claim to have or not making truth claims, but it's a self-correcting mechanism that basically just helps us describe the natural world as what the evidence points to, right?
Yeah, that would be good. I mean, I sometimes like use a map analogy. Like if you had a map to get you around, a good street map or something, like excellent street map, and it always got you to where you wanted to go, you would eventually like come to believe that that map is true, right? Well, it is to some extent, but you know, it's true in that it gets you where you want to go, but the map isn't the territory. You know, there's things missing from the map. The map could be inaccurate. The map could always be more accurate. Maps are always, because they're models of something, always wrong. But we would still say this map, we believe this map to be true, if that map consistently gets us to where we want to go with that thing. I guess if I need a different kind of map, like a topological map or something, then my street map isn't going to be as useful to me. But it wouldn't mean that it was wrong about the streets.
I actually like that street map analogy in some way because, say you've got a street map and you've been following it for a long time, and those roads remain as they are on the map, but new lanes are added, and maybe the lanes are named something now, so they look like different streets. Your map and how you use it still works, but it's not an accurate representation of the current uh, city or whatever you're mapping. But it still doesn't mean that how you use it is wrong. So that's interesting. I've never heard it used that way, but I could picture it in my brain. So I like that. I think.
I mean, if your map consistently steers you wrong, then you're going to need to like update it, right? Which is where we're at in science. It's like, well, we've got a theory that's a map to what we believe to be true. And every now and then when we like try to fill in certain areas of it, we go, oh, this area doesn't have these roads, you know, maybe we can find them, maybe we can get them on the map, or maybe we realize that the scale was off on this part, or something else was wrong, or there's a better way of doing a map. Like throw that whole map out and get a new map. We're okay with that because we don't confuse the map with the territory. But we might still say that map is true, right? Like I believe evolution is true. And I would say there are reasons why I know it to be true. But it's a map. There's parts that are wrong on it. There are parts that still need to be filled in. There are parts that may never be filled in because it's not the territory.
Well, that's interesting.
Reality
I
is
think that
something else. Go ahead. Sorry.
no, that's okay. Sorry, I just misunderstood a pause. But um, what's interesting to me when people are talking about science, I am not a scientist, and I took only courses in high school that were necessary. And yet I have a confidence in science and what scientists say because I have expectations that what they say now about something will actually change. And that's just from reading history. So it's just a combination of it should change because as we learn things and as um, I put myself in there, but I shouldn't, but as scientists develop new methods of testing things, we are going to learn more about the thing that we thought we knew. And so I just expect now that I don't know and can't know um, things that the scientists are working on. And so I don't feel the betrayal of the scientists or the scientific method when something changes. And we can talk about what was happening last year and how they were saying, wash your hands, don't touch handrails, but no need for masks because this is like you touch something and then you touch your face, that's how you're going to get this thing, right? And then they said, actually, you should wear masks. We've now seen that this is airborne and that this is more important. And people were freaking out as if they were being lied to. And it was just like, oh, yeah, okay, we'll do that. And it's just, to me, it's just funny, odd, I guess, or fascinating how people feel betrayed by scientists when the information that they give has changed based on the information they have received or found has changed. And I think that that's a conversation worth having here or somewhere else at another time, maybe, about what our expectations are and what we expect others to know and provide to us. Because I'm never sort of surprised. I'm like, oh, great, good to know, and just take it. So anyway, that's that. So if a map had to change or some other analogy had to change, it's like, okay, of course it does. Like, it's not surprising. It should change. In fact, if it doesn't change over a period of time, then you should start getting suspicious, right?
Well, that's kind of the appeal, I think, with theists, is that they have this resource that never changes. And so, therefore, since it never changes, it must be reliable. And so it's almost counterintuitive if you think about it. And a lot of times it's kind of hard to wrap your brain around, especially if you've had these beliefs your whole life, you know, on the face, it's like, well, this resource that's constantly changing their minds, why should I consider that resource a reliable way to tell if something's accurate when I have this other resource that has been the same from the beginning of time. And so it's an interesting topic, you know, and the whole map analogy, is like some maps are more accurate than others. I'm interested in why you think your map is reliable, and if it is, I want to use it. If it's not, maybe there's a better map to use. I'm coming up on, including the lounge, about 6 hours in the room here.
Yeah.
I I'm gonna at least take a break. I'm gonna get something to eat. I'll be checking back if the room is still going, which you're welcome to keep having the discussion. I'll come back and join. But I just wanted to thank everybody for being here. Victoria, Stephen, Alfonso, Rishi, everybody that contributed. This was a fascinating and really productive room. I'm really glad that we're doing this. And hopefully we'll see you folks next Saturday, if not before. Thanks again, Alfonso. Are you good with running it
I
from?
was gonna I was gonna offer to moderate someone who would be interested in continuing the conversation, because
Yeah,
I
sure.
at least for a little bit, I'm also gonna step away. So yeah, Stephen, Victoria.
I actually need to step away as well. So
Same. Yeah, I'm doing some chores while we're doing this. So as much as I would take it on a few hours ago, I don't know how much longer I have. So I won't be able to take that on today.
I know that many of you will be here again in the future, and we will have many more excellent conversations. I believe this to be true based on
Yeah,
past experience. So,
yeah, and even if somebody wants just to have a one-on-one sometime with me, I love doing that. So if anybody wants to explore a claim that they have, or if they just want to chat, I'm available. And there's lots of ways to find me. Just look in my bio, and I want to keep in touch with everybody here. So thanks so much, everybody. Thanks, Alfonso. We'll see you folks soon, hopefully.
Thank you, David.
Yeah,
As
thanks.
always.
And there you have it. Feel free to join the discussion every Saturday afternoon, US, on the Clubhouse app. Until next time, keep asking questions.